Yes. IT, are you ready? Is recording and streaming on? Excellent. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our council meeting open at 6:01 p.m. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of lands of Elders past, present and emerging, on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council on May the 20th, 2025. Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Harvey. Declare that. Disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice, page 2 of the agenda, reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. In accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns made by council's designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 6 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if any of you have any declaration of interests you wish to make, please do so now. Okay, and now we move on to item 5. Councillors, we will now move to public forum and public address. We have 26 speakers tonight. Before we commence, I wish to remind speakers at this time that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I also remind the audience that that taking video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and will treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. The council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim for defamation by any person either in the gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Okay, so first of all, we're off onto public forum. And our first person up is Stuart Gold on council rate hike. You need to turn your... No. And also, Stuart, just a reminder, when there's 30 seconds left of your 3 minutes, you'll get a little sound and that'll remind you that you've got 30 seconds pending. We're ready.
I'd like to acknowledge the councillors that voted no on the 28th of January to the proposed rate hike at the time. You voted against a hike because you knew the hike was not justified and alternative financial solutions had not been properly explored. Here we are 5 months later and nothing much has changed. The hike has gone from 39.6% over 3 years to 25.2% over 2 years. About the same percentage on a pro rata basis. We reject the 25.2% proposal on the same grounds as we rejected the other one. You know our mantra, council needs to stick to its core business, eliminate costly non-essential services, manage funds more efficiently, minimise inappropriate spending and overspending, and find creative solutions to reduce costs. But why can't council find more ways to reduce costs? I think I can think of a few. Executive salaries. 111 positions costing $25.8 million. Cut executive positions by 1/3 and you save $8.5 million. Throw in some executive cars and you save over $11 million straight off the bat. What about the Economic Development, Engagement and Events Cost Centre? Sounds like somewhere you'd get married, doesn't it? Well, in 2016, this cost centre had 1 personnel. What does it have today? 52. And manages to consume over $12 million of us ratepayers' funds. Then there's the Manly Art Gallery, and which barely receives 100 visitors a week, and that chews through more than $1 million a year, and 1.3 million for grants. And let's not leave out events, yet another $1 million. I wonder if the problem is not council having too little money, but perhaps having too much, and not knowing quite what to do with it. A 25.2% rate hike over 10 years will generate $290 million more than what the council said it needed. We will investigate further, Richard, won't we? The CEO will tell you they are under financial crisis with $200 million in the bank. I wish I had some of that financial crisis. Councillors, the cost of living crisis is the financial crisis, not this made-up one. It is not the time to subject families and businesses to a 25% rate hike. We ask that any rate hike is embargoed until an independent audit is undertaken of council expenditure.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Mr. Gold. Okay, members of the audience, just to ask that if you could just keep it quiet while the speakers are talking, because that way they can hear their 30-second warning as well. Okay, next person up is Douglas Rennie on increased rate charges. Mr. Rennie, you can just bring the microphone closer to you as well. That just bends. Yep.
Yeah, hi, I'm Doug Rennie representing the Libertarian community, and I'm a local resident and have been paying rates for the last 17 years. Today is a D-Day. After a community survey which was conducted where the community said no, an application to IPART lodged for the full 40%, and IPART have given you 25.2%, and after community protests by the citizens of the Northern Beaches to make you hear sense, it's time for you to make your decision. If you approve the 25.2% rate rise, you're admitting you cannot manage money. If you don't approve it, you are listening to your community. Today there is a line in the sand for all you councillors, as we ratepayers will not forget. Financial mismanagement is not a new phenomenon of council. In 2019, councillors asked for more money because they couldn't balance the budget then. I guess ratepayer-funded Jaguars for former Mayor Michael Regan were an essential part of the job. And damn the ratepayers and renters who paid for it. We have successive budgets going into the red because council cannot curtail their addiction to other people's money. So where is the money going? According to council's own budget, they are spending $7 for every $100 tackling climate change. Councillors seem to think taxing us will somehow fix the weather. It isn't up to council to try and manage the weather, especially when you can't even fix the potholes. Money goes toward woke social programs like pride flags and overseas junkets. It's council's role is to pick up the bins and not lecture us on the personal decisions of individuals. The situation is clear. Council is raising rates because they don't know what their remit is, Before Council decided to apply to IPART for more of our hard-earned money, they should have adopted back-to-back basics approach to financial management. Council should be about roads, rubbish and reducing rates, not trying to fix the weather. And how can we, the ratepayer, take your claims of needing more money seriously when you do not seem to understand the assignment? Just this week, Greens councillor Ethan Henjack has moved a motion about Israel and Hamas. How is this a local issue? How is it a local issue that affects the people of the Northern Beaches? It doesn't. Councillor Henjack's motion shows a complete disregard for his role as councillor to manage the roads, the bins and the public service of ratepayers. It's council so blasé about fleecing ratepayers, they would rather discuss foreign affairs and make decisions that will negatively impact on the ratepayers who live in the LGA in this country.
Okay,
Ratepayers are suffering under government-fuelled inflation, high taxation, and when the issue of increasing their cost of living has been raised, councillors aren't taking it seriously, as they would rather virtue signal than live within reality.
Can we get an actual bell to ring? Yep. Yep. Okay, Mr. Rennie, your time is up. Time to go back to your seat, Mr. Rennie. Okay. Okay, next person up is Ms. Rhonda Bloomford on State of the Roads, potholes. And if someone from council could turn on the microphone, that would be great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Potholes and road maintenance along with rubbish. This is one of the two key things a council should deliver on an efficient and reoccurring basis, because you should have so much experience that the process has become perfected over time, but you don't. And now you're asking for $46 million for overdue maintenance works when you can't even deliver the road maintenance works. You request people to report potholes, and then the bureaucracy kicks in. And about 6 months after reporting, a crew of a dozen burly guys turns up, stands around for the most part, whilst one or two guys take their turn to do something productive, and then they disappear, only for the pothole to return after the next heavy rain. If that is your level of operational capability, how are you going to spend my component of the $46 million you are seeking under the SRV? What performance measures will you put in place? Will you be adding even more council corporate overhead that becomes long-term burden and will require you to seek further SRVs? Have you developed a budget that, let alone an operational plan to properly utilize the extra money you want to rip from ratepayers in this time of a cost of living crisis? And while you think you know better than your community, who overwhelmingly voted against the rate hike, you proclaim to fight and work hard for that community, yet tonight you could potentially be ripping hard-earned money from families who seriously can't afford this rate hike. Think very, very carefully about your vote here tonight. While Ethan Henjack wants a debate motion about a war that is being fought 14,000 kilometers away, the Northern Beaches has its own Gaza Strip currently playing out at any local beach. For those of us who are lucky enough to have a home, people have to decide whether to switch on the heat or feed their kids. They queue up at local churches that hand out donated groceries from locals who can afford to donate, or approach NGOs like Lifeline, Mission Australia, Vinnie's, Wayside Chapel, just to name a few. And they're asking for food vouchers, or they line up down at Manly for a hot meal on a Sunday night that's dished out by local volunteers, some who are probably homeless themselves. People who are there's people living in their cars, and they can't afford the rent, but they have to live here on the beaches as that's their only option. People are dumpster diving to find groceries to extend their grocery cupboard. These are real world issues here on the northern beaches. Members of the public gallery have presented you alternate funding. Get in front of the lead and pursue required funding from the state government
Okay, thank
that
you.
continually blame for
Your
pushing
time is
costs
up.
down.
Thank
To
you,
reiterate,
Ms.
think
Brentford.
hard about
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker up is Mr. Alan McNamara. Mr. Alan McNamara. Is Mr. Alan McNamara in the room? Okay, we move on to the next one. Mr. Sean McLeod. Thank you. Ready.
Mayor, councillors and all, I am Sean McLeod and I am the Libertarian Advocate for Calcol. I come before you tonight to speak on the proposed rate rises that councillors will be voting on tonight. My family has been on the Northern Beaches for 3 generations. I grew up here. I went to school here and now I work in Manly. I recently got married and my wife and I are looking to put down our roots here on the beaches so that we can start our own family. Working people like me are already over-encumbered with federal income taxes, state levies, and now our council tax is going to be increased. Let's not shy away from what a council rate is. It's a tax levied by the council to administer services. But as I drive my car, as spoken by previous speakers, I see nothing but potholes. When I look at council-run facilities, I see that they are in disrepair. It does not seem that the council is doing what needs to be done. So my question is, why should I trust you with my money when I can manage it a lot better myself? Council already had an increase in council tax in 2019. Are you truly saying that you need more money now despite making no real cuts to how you operate? This council spends $25.8 million on executive staff. What are they doing to cost so much? And are you all needed? That is a good question. The council has spent $140K on a catering budget. What are you feeding yourselves? All lobster whilst we scrape the most minimal amounts of Vegemite onto our sandwiches for lunch as we go to work? Ridiculous. Council is running an art gallery, spoken by Stuart, and it sits empty 98% of the time. Speaking of current sitting councillors, we have 2 that supported the absurd use of council funds, a ratepayer-funded Jaguar for your former mayor, which was already spoken about. I'd love to have a Jaguar. Can I have one? Most people have never driven a Jaguar, but I'm sure we've all paid for one. Support of spending obscene amounts of money on COVID memorial artwork at about $750,000. Did anyone want that? No. Why did we need it? We didn't. We can't trust your spending habits, can we? Councillors, your role is simple.
Okay, Mr.
Roads,
McLeod.
rubbish,
Your
and
time
reducing
is
all
up.
of our rates.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next one up is Ms. Genevieve Leeper.
Testing.
Yes, perfect.
Good evening. My name's Genevieve. On September the 3rd, 1988, there was a referendum. And the third question was to alter the Constitution to recognise local government as a third tier of government. 68.3% of New South Wales said no, and that figure was pretty uniform across the board, across the country. But I didn't realise this decision has been upheld. There is no local government, or is there? Is Northern Beaches Council not a local government, but a corporation and a trading company under ABN 57284295 The purported Local Government Act 1993 is a state government act. So are rates a state government tax? Are all these people sitting down here state government employees? Can a department of the state government levy tax? I thought that because we pay GST, there is no state tax. Aren't the states not allowed to levy tax under the Constitution? You might be interested in case number M61/2021. Back to corporations. Is Australia a corporation under the US Securities Exchange Commission number 805157 and the state of New South Wales the same, 71545? So what right does a corporation have to tax people? About as much right as McDonald's. Is Northern Beaches Council a corporation regulated under the Corporations Act and the Corporations New South Wales Act 1990, number 83? Does Section 8, subsection 3, advise the following? The provisions operate so as not to affect a person's right to disadvantage them on that day and impose a liability on a private person. Council rates are a liability. They're a massive liability. I'd like to know how many hardship cases have you waived the rates in the last 7 years? And I don't mean waive the interest, I mean waive the rates. Because if councils waive the rates, one council area in this country would not be listing 7 properties to sell last month in May, 6 old age pensioners and 1 Vietnam veteran. Is the Australian government securitising rates notices? Allocating QSIP number and numbers and trading same. I'd like to know the QSIP number for my rates. Is it not the case when I sent council several registered securities, they were not returned to me? The covering letter stipulated that you were supposed to apply the set-off or return them. These registered securities were legal tender. And also, primarily, and secondly, they defaulted to the sum certain. By the way, why can't you fix up rate notices? There's at least 2 jurisdictions on the rate notice under the Australian Styles Manual, and the Styles Manual is the primary legal document relied on by the Reserve Bank and the Australian Parliaments.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Leaper. Time's up.
I spoke to a council.
Okay, next person up is Dorothy Keogh, Voice of the People.
A federal referendum of the people is an explicitly binding act on all governments. In our country, we have had 3 referendums in relation to the establishment or continuance of local government. The referendums of 1974 and 1988 specifically asked the people to say yes or no to local governments being continued or created. The people voted an overwhelmingly no. Thus, all councils that may have existed became unlawful. Then in 1999, we had a referendum to ask the people whether Australia should become a republic. And again, the Australian people voted an overwhelming no. Thus, a third tier of government was again rejected and invalidated. Yet between 1989 and 1993, every state created a local government act enforced by the Australia Act 1986 and in direct violation of the referendums mentioned. If you weren't paying attention, the purpose of the Australia Act was to remove our constitutional government. However, the result of the 1999 referendum removed the Australia Act 1986 and all acts regarding local government and the attempt to establish a republic. Why then, I ask myself, does our so-called constitutional government hold these referendums and then ignore the will of the people? So I did some research and I've discovered that on the 14th of February 1966, the Company of the Commonwealth of Australia, our constitutional government, closed its doors and has not conducted any trade or commerce on behalf of the shareholders, who are the people of this country, for 59 years. Imagine that. With this unlawful change, the elected representatives of the shareholders on the House of Representatives failed to give notice of their resignations and in fact began trading as a private Australian business. Those positions are still vacant in the House of Representatives and the Senate, and the Parliament House of our de jure government, the Commonwealth of Australia, remains vacant and closed. The elected members of the registered political parties who left those positions on the 14th of February 1966 are operating inside the deeds and constitutions of the political parties held by their own private contracts / trusts under the private seal, their private seals. They're in fact elected members of a private Australian business, being an international trading corporation registered on the New York Stock Exchange. The Australian government is a private business name of the political parties of Australia. The corrupt political parties have usurped our rightful governments and are pretending to be our governments when they are clearly not. Local councils are party to this illusion, whether they know it or not. They are all operating under the colour of law, which is the appearance of or semblance of legal authority, even if the actual legal right does not exist. The High Court of Australia has ruled if a state government establishes a local government with an ABN, that ABN entity is automatically regarded as a corporation and it therefore cannot be a government. A corporation cannot create laws, enforce laws or raise tax.
Okay,
Council
thank you,
rates are a
Ms.
tax, as
Keogh.
confirmed by Peter Costello and
Thank
Commissioner
you.
for
Your 3
Taxation,
minutes
Michael
are up.
Carmody, when
Thank
they
you.
stated...
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Keogh. Okay, thank you. Okay, next person up is Ms. Christine Stewart, Gaza Surf Life Saving Project. No, hang on. Okay,
Good evening.
now we're ready.
My
Thank
name
you.
is Christine Gibbs Stewart, and I'm the president of the North Stain Surf Life Saving Club. I'd like to speak about the Gaza Surf Life Saving Project in light of the motion before Council. I've seen commentary and heard tonight that the issue lies beyond Council's remit. But Council represents a community, and our community has forged a profound and meaningful connection with Gaza through surf life saving. In 2020, North Stain had the privilege of hosting 2 men from Gaza, Mohammed Saleh and Hassan Al-Habil. They came to Australia to learn everything about surf life saving. Their visit was a result of more than 5 years of tireless work by the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine, whose goal was to establish surf life saving in Gaza and develop a Nippers program to give the children an opportunity to play, have fun, and learn valuable skills. Gaza has few opportunities for children to do this. Both Mohammed and Hassan trained at our club and immersed themselves in the Nippers program. Despite language barriers, Hassan earned his bronze medallion and Mohammed his surf rescue certificate, achievements that reflect their dedication and courage. Our club welcomed them with open arms. They became part of our family, helping, learning, and inspiring everyone around them. When they returned to Gaza in early 2020, they carried a dream to start a Nippers program there. Though the pandemic delayed their progress, they persevered. In June 2022, a pilot Nippers program was launched on Gaza Beach. In 2023, a full Nippers season was run on Gaza Beach from June to August. This provided a full day of activities, water and beach, art, singing, painting, and meals. Many of the children inviting had come from very traumatic backgrounds and had suffered extreme trauma during their short life. Now, in 2025, the situation is vastly different. There are no more Nippers on Gaza Beach. In fact, fleeing war, one of the men we trained in 2020, Mohammed, has recently resettled to Australia. He and his family are once again part of North Stain. His children participated in our Nippers program this past season, and they laughed and they played with others. But when the Westpac helicopter flew overhead, they instinctively ducked for cover. They were safe, but not free, given the trauma they have endured. This project has given hope to the children of Gaza. It showed that they are not alone. At its peak, over 100 children participated in the Nippers program. Tragically, 8 of the people have been killed, and this includes 4 Nippers. These children are not political. They do not hate. They are kids like yours, like mine, who deserve a chance at a normal life. So tonight, I speak for the Nippers of Gaza, because they cannot. Whether you vote no or yes on this motion, your life will not change. You will return to a safe home with a bed, clean water, and food, but the children of Gaza will not. Council might not set foreign policy, but they can influence those who do, as you represent a powerful constituency. You can choose to stand on the side of humanity, compassion, and peace.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker up is Ms. Sarah Dowse, Global Human Rights Abuses.
Oh, hello.
Okay, you see the thing with the red light? Can you see the thing with the, pull that right down? That's
right.
it. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Well, I just want to begin by saying that everything that happens in this community has its beginnings outside. We do not live in a bubble. I speak today as a Jewish dissident, representing the Jewish Council of Australia, the Jews Against Occupation 48, and the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine. We dissidents among the Jews are a minority, but a minority that is growing day by day as the horrors that are committed in our name continue. Not only that, we are part of a proud tradition, a tradition of the Jews who warned against establishing a Jewish state in Palestine. These were people like Hannah Arendt.
Excuse me, members of the audience, please just make sure you're respectful. Each of you have had your turn. Please make sure that other people can be heard too.
I'm sorry. Anyway, there were a lot of Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, and many others who warn that if Jews were to establish a Jewish privileged state, they would have no more choice than to be another Sparta. And we are seeing day by day the truth of that prediction. Western governments have allowed Israel's impunity to such a degree that they are doing a grave disservice to Jews everywhere and to Israel itself, who is acting today like a very spoiled child. Everything that they do is dismantling the international rule of law that was set up after the horrors of World War II.
30
Why
seconds.
not BDS instead? That is a peaceful solution to a peaceful means to create a new peace in the Middle East. But our governments have rejected that outright. Think about it. It was a grave mistake. Hawke did it.
Thank you.
Fraser did it. Why not?
Okay, time is up. Thank
Why
you
not
very much.
Albanese?
Okay. So our last guest speaker on public forum is Elizabeth X, Palestine and the council rate hike. So she's got both.
Before I start, I just want to clarify. I've got an email from the council confirming that I can speak twice, once on the rates and later on the Palestine issue. So can you just confirm that? I've got an email from the governance section of the council confirming I can speak twice. I'm not on the list, but I've got the email.
No, I don't have you.
But I've got the email from the council confirming that I can speak also on the other one. So can you just clarify that I can? It was from Matt Walsh in the governance team at the council.
Okay, so you can speak 3 minutes on the two separate topics.
But I've got a thing saying I can speak on both separately. Other people have spoken twice at meetings on different issues, and I've got the confirmation from the council in writing that I can speak on both.
Okay, so I'll be ruling that you can speak once for 3 minutes, and it's your decision what you want to speak about. You can speak about both, you can speak about one, but we have a lot of other speakers already registered for tonight.
No, it's not. Other people get to speak twice.
Okay, time starts.
There is a genocide happening in Gaza. Nobody credible denies it. All the major international courts, bodies, charities and genocide experts, including in Israel, confirm, and they say that it more clearly meets the definition of genocide than other cases because multiple Israeli politicians and top brass have openly announced their intentions. The first-hand witness accounts are shocking. Dozens of international doctors have testified that Israeli snipers are shooting young children in the head and heart. Quadcopters have been calling kiddies over, then shooting them in the face with exploding bullets. Whole families of 3 or 4 generations have been wiped out. And after constant bombing, nearly the whole Gaza Strip is reduced to rubble, destroying the bases to sustain life, like hospitals and access to food. And these are all aspects of genocide. Bibi Netanyahu has become a madman like mass murderers of history. He's trying to avoid going to jail for corruption. Look up the Bibi Files documentary and you'll learn it all. And he could only do so by partnering with fanatical zealots in government. These crazies, who our federal government has sanctioned, want all the land of Palestine, including the billions of dollars of gas offshore from Gaza, and to create the Ben Gurion Canal shipping way, which will generate trillions of dollars. We cannot sit by and let this extermination happen. We have a moral obligation to do what we can to help stop the genocide. Dangerous, fraught times like this call for very clear thinking. Disharmony and division here in our area is not a reason to resolve from our obligation to oppose genocide. When Hitler, Pol Pot, Mao and Stalin committed mass murders, we condemned those actions. It was not a condemnation of all the people of those nations or their religions. Opposing the mafia is not being anti-Italian or anti-Catholic. It's condemning the crimes of the mafia. Genocide is a crime. The Israeli government is committing genocide. They deserve our opposition to that behaviour. Do not be distracted from what is a clear-cut path to all decent humans to oppose genocide. I'm speaking to this motion only because people have been posting a lot of misinformation on the matter online in our community forums, and they advertise that they're speaking to it. 15 years ago, I travelled to the Holy Land, and I was absolutely shocked to realise everything my media had told me my whole life about the situation was a lie. Why? Why do many Australians have no idea of the truth? Because we're fed a deeply distorted version of events. It's a dishonest version. Why?
Okay, thank you, Ms X. So I will do one last call for Mr Alan McNamara, if he's turned up. Mr Alan McNamara. Okay, well then now we'll move into public address. And this is where people who have registered to speak for and against particular items on our agenda tonight.
Excuse me, can I just talk about Mr McNamara? My name is Peter Larvack, I'm a criminal barrister. I represent the Jewish community.
No.
Just a minute, I was told in a message to my PA who registered.
No. Thank you, but no, we won't. We've got so many speakers tonight already registered, so we've already got other... No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be allowing it. Sorry, if the audience could just calm the farm there for a moment. We do have a lot of other speakers who are registered to speak. We've also got business of council.
Madam Mayor, excuse me, Madam Mayor, excuse me. Madam Mayor.
I don't even know who you are.
Madam Mayor, I understand if legal counsel is representing that gentleman, I will therefore move that he be granted permission to speak on behalf of that gentleman.
Do we know what the problem is? Have we got something against this one? Okay, so, sorry, we've got no notification. I don't even know what you're speaking about or who you are, but the next person up to speak is Mr David Looms.
Just a point of order, I did move a procedural motion and it needs to be heard. Hang on a second, please. I moved a procedural motion and it's before the chair, so I'd ask that you commit the motion to the actual meeting as per the Code of Meeting Practice, please.
Okay, those for the motion, could you...
You need a seconder first.
Okay. Okay, if you feel harassed, please put your hand up. Okay, could one of our security then come over and help that person? Okay, all right, do we have a seconder for Mr DeLuca?
Councillor DeLuca.
Councillor Harvey. All right, those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost. Okay, next speaker up is... I don't even know what it's about. Okay, Mr David Looms. Okay, so you want Mr Amrick and then Mr Kabul and Mr Looms. Okay, all right, Mr Kabul.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't know if anyone here watches the Antiques Roadshow on the ABC, but we do at home. I'm always struck by how these beautiful historic objects carry incredible value, not just because they're old, but because they've been lovingly looked after, passed from one generation to the next. But they're also fragile. One moment of neglect and they're gone. I represent the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club, and that's how I think about our club. For 120 years, it's been a place where kids, regardless of background or ability, learn resilience, teamwork, and a love of the water. It's a place where teenagers sail side by side with retirees, where volunteers, mum and dads, show up week after week to make magic happen. That's precious. But it's also fragile. We've been without a clubhouse since the fire that destroyed ours in 2021. We've waited patiently, grateful for the Council's support so far, but I'll be honest, the lack of progress has been incredibly frustrating. My members often remind me how other councils rebuilt other clubs faster in similar circumstances. So tonight, I urge you to back funding to rebuild our club. Not just because the club deserves a new home, but because communities like ours are worth investing in, and this particular one is long overdue. And if there's any way for council to also help us with a bit of shelter, something temporary to protect our young sailors and volunteers from the sun and rain while we wait for the rebuild, it would go a long way. Thank you for your time and for helping protect something truly special in our community.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. David Looms.
My name is David Looms, and as you may know, I represent the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club. And I'm here to support the allocation of funds towards that Jameson Park Sailing and Recreation building in the upcoming 25-26 and 26-27 budgets. I fully support this allocation of funds for the building and urge Council to adopt that proposal. I presume that the 26-27 funds will be subject to adoption next year, and I urge Council to adopt that allocation also so that the building can be built. However, this does mean that the club will be without any all-weather meeting room until 2027 at the earliest, which could cause the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club considerable problems and may affect its presence on the lake. It also means that Council is prepared to continue to use the temporary toilet facilities for the public until at least 2027. So what is a viable alternative to provide for the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club in the short term? I feel there are three proposals. If the proposed design was to be staged with the boat storage part to be constructed now, the club would have a building similar to our previous building. With the provision of change rooms with showers within that building, we would have an identical type of building. We've been informed that Council will not consider this because of the main reason being the extra cost of builders' site establishment for the second part. But I contend that this would be offset by the reduced costs of building now compared to the 2027. This setup would allow the use of showers and change rooms provided in the remaining part of the building to be allocated to the public. So construction should be able to be commenced much sooner with the funds from the insurance payout that Council holds now. Should Council consider this proposal not acceptable, we request that Council consider the provision of a temporary, minimum 2 years, if that's temporary, demountable building to be used as a meeting room in all weathers. A third, less acceptable alternative would be the provision of another container, replacing the container that was on site previously, that we could leave empty and use as protection from the weather. Again, we've been informed that Council are not prepared to provide any extra building on site, so I implore Council to reconsider this decision for the benefit of the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club in particular and for the public in general. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I have a question in relation to the Sailing Club's concerns. Is it correct that an external or a new consultant has been appointed to actually manage the project? And if so, what is the payment or projected payments for that person?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'll need to research that and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now next guest speaker up is Mr. Robert Bruce on item 9.1.
Just quickly on the previous speakers, are staff able to provide a response to Mr. Looms and councillors?
Iacta alea est. Literally, the die is cast. Those are the words attributed to Julius Caesar when he led his armies across the Rubicon in 49 BC in the ultimate betrayal of the Roman Republic. It marked the start of the Roman Republican wars that ended with the fascist Roman Empire in place. Each and every councillor tonight is standing on the banks of their own personal Rubicon. You have a decision to make. For those of you, the 7, who voted against the SRV, I thank you. For the 8 who voted for the SRV, think very carefully about your vote and your ward tonight. Caesar's crossing the Rubicon was the start of the collapse of the Roman Republic. Think about what that means to your democratic representation and everything you people make such a fuss about claiming. For those of you who don't study history, I'll give you the biblical alternative. The biblical alternative for the faithless and the unfaithful to their people was hellfire and brimstone. Now, I promise you here tonight, whilst I may not be a Simon Holmes a court, should you pass the special rates variation at the level you are talking about, I will personally fund 2 core flutes for every one of yours, noting very, very clearly who has voted to betray the people and implement an excessive rates increase. At previous meetings, I've made it very clear to you that council does not need the money they are seeking. You have fallen for the old 3-card trick where you've been asked for a huge sum on the expectation that you will cut it back and people will accept the reduced amount. However, in your ignorance and lack of research, you have fallen for it and you have granted these people everything they have asked for. Furthermore, even if you get the money you are looking for, you can't spend it. You can't spend it. You do not know how to run effective programs as evidenced by the massive increase in corporate overhead you take on. So unless you're going to take on even more corporate overhead, you're just going to waste this opportunity as well. Various members of the public gallery have given you any number of effective solutions. You've had them over and over again. So think about your vote tonight. Iacta alea est. You are all at the banks of the Rubicon, your toes are wet, and if you vote for this ridiculous rates rise, the placards will start.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And our last speaker on this topic is Ms. Annalisa Haskell.
Thank you. I do not consent to the rate rise, nor do I consent to 9.1, as I do not wish to commit a crime. I speak up and alert you that local governments were never agreed to lawfully at all. It is a complete illusion. QC Kneeling quote, "The Australian government is not the lawful government under the Crown, thus all edicts are so pronounced that corporation are contracts that may be accepted or rejected by citizens of the Crown." Sir Talbot, ex-Supreme Court Justice, I've therefore come to the conclusion that the current legal and political system in Australia and its states and territories have no basis in law. The illusion. We know something is wrong with this staged theatre, played out monthly as part of grand shows, much, much bigger than these placed individuals, useful vessels played just like the community's soul. The touchline created for your money, a setup that takes great planning and prep, yet you still want to believe in the good of it all, but plot twists are another blatant slap. It's somewhat evil, the secret global plan design, UN WEF puppet masters fake equality, community care, like the beaches, wireless towers that radiate your children in daycare. Watching yourself being played as a movie, you'd be forgiven for thinking, surely this just cannot be. Seeing residents now also fighting for livelihoods while secret society politic deals are done behind the scenes. No, you cry. It was 51% against. A pretty clear dissent from the masses, but sadly so compromised are your puppets, always throwing you and yours under the bus. The razor blades cutting more deeply now, yes, your collateral damage in the globalists' way. Maybe it meant you'd realise the grand mirage and decide not to be part of their fake play. Now listen up, kids. Everyone here has described to you that this is a charade because under our common law, lawful government was never created. They superseded it with private corporations, private political parties, private. Get the picture. Your rates are being paid to a private corporation listed on the US Securities Exchange. And let me tell you this, do not believe Google. Get better information, and don't, for God's sake, watch the TV and the media. Fake news media exists. So wake up, everybody. You don't need to pay your rates because they are all unlawful. And by the way, under the US law, do you know what the crime, the penalty is? Treason, for treason? It's not very pretty.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So now we're on to speakers on 11.1, which is the outcome of public exhibition tree management policy. Deborah Collins. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you. Good evening. Deb Collins here, convener of Canopy Keepers. We speak tonight in support of motion 11.1, the adoption of the tree management plan. We thank the staff for preparing the plan and encourage all councillors to vote in favour of it. Canopy Keepers is a community organisation with a mission to preserve our urban forest, an incredible yet dwindling asset that is under considerable threat in our LGA. The tree management plan is one small part of a much larger systemic solution required to preserve this natural asset. Nearly 2 years ago, Council ratified the tree canopy plan. Now we have the management plan, and next comes the guidelines so staff and residents understand how to apply the plan and the policy. We urge Council not to prolong this next step or the introduction of the long-awaited significant tree register for another 2 years. There were about 160 public submissions on the policy. Many of the submissions asked the Council, as Canopy Keepers did, to strengthen the policy. We were therefore disappointed that the policy wasn't strengthened. Our main contribution seems to have been as a sub-editor, pointing out poor definitions and awkward sentencing. Can we ask, were there department experts reading key stakeholder submissions? And if not, why not? We spend hours contributing to Council's work. We would love our contribution to strengthen policy rather than perform an editing role. So now we have a plan, except a few community groups will know of its existence and its reach. Would this plan, for example, have influenced the devastating clearing that council contractors performed on the Bilgola Bends some months ago, where mature coastal vegetation was hacked and mulched, destroying a delightful walk into a barren roadside wasteland, this area now a festoon of weeds? Would this plan have stopped a resident in Avalon with no permission felling a large canopy tree on a neighbour's property and then saying, "Oh, sorry, I thought that tree was on my block, but that tree needs to go anyway because a branch dropped on my driveway"? The aggrieved neighbour is too scared to report the incident to the police. In their words, "My neighbour is a billionaire. I simply cannot afford to take him on." We're looking to Council to continue this investigation of trespass and unlawful removal. My point is that plans, policies and guidelines are great and much needed, but they're only one part of the larger picture. Both the canopy plan and the policy talk about the need for greater compliance, community education and lobbying state government in order to review state legislation. Can Council confirm that there are resources going to these other critical areas? We support the 11.1. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms Collins. Okay, on the same topic, but speaking against the same topic, Jane Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. It's been fun so far. My name is Jane Pryor, and I'm a resident of Pittwater and a member of a number of environmental groups in the community, including Canopy Keepers and others. And tonight I'm here to just respond on the tree management policy, the draft as well. And in particular, of great concern is the under 5 metre tree rule, which is mentioned in the policy, but it's also on the NBC website. And on your website, on the Northern Beaches website, it says you can remove trees without a permit if the tree is under 5 metres. Well, think about that. If it's short enough, you can kill it. That's not the right way to go. I know there may be some exceptions, but you are not making it clear. The draft policy doesn't really make it clear either, so hopefully guidelines and the DCP will sort this, because without reforming this destructive no permit height rule, we will not be able to achieve advanced regeneration, which is a thing, it's scientific. Young trees already established in the understory are well positioned to grow rapidly once openings in the canopy occur. They are our next generation forests. The one-size-fits-all regulation not only undermines forest regeneration, but if you think about it, it's really negating the key principle of the tree management draft policy and the tree canopy plan too, which is the retention of trees and the improvement of the Northern Beaches tree canopy. So I think we all know it's really important. Something like 96% of Sydney doesn't have a canopy. So canopy is a rare asset, and most of the Northern Beaches canopy is in Pittwater. And if you live in Pittwater, you see holes popping up everywhere. The outcomes report states that the regulation is governed by the State Environmental Planning Policy, the Biodiversity and Conservation Act, which informs the DCP. The legislation itself is very broad and it does not block council from regulatory reform. So if we're going to improve our outcomes, I implore all of you councillors to pay attention to this rather strange rule that doesn't make a lot of sense. And please reform it to ensure that more local saplings survive to become mature trees. This means in canopied Pittwater, we do need prescription. 5 metres, if you think about it though, is visually far too high. It's established, it's almost 2 stories. Very hard for someone to tell if a tree is 4.5 metres or 5.5 metres. People are really abusing this rule. I implore you all to do something about it. We need prescription on protecting local species, the wildlife habitat, threatened communities, significant trees, etc. And also for the significant tree register, we need to include young trees now and future. Okay, so please update the website and also the $1.1 million fine.
Thank you, Ms Pryor.
Please update that too, so
Your
that we can.
3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we've got a speaker on item 11.3, the Eco Schools Grant Program, Mr Nathan Thomason.
Excuse my voice. Good evening, Mayor, Councillor and all. My name is Nathan Thomason and I'm the Libertarian advocate for Manly. I come before you tonight to speak about the ratepayer money being spent on the Eco Schools Grant Program. The point of the grant is to provide $10,000 a year in funding to help schools reduce their carbon footprint. What a fascinating idea. This year, Council has granted $5,950 to be spent, with the remainder going back into operational spending. My first issue is this: why is Council giving out free money while crying poor to the ratepayer? Yes, they're granted just south of 6K, but these spending decisions, which seem small, add up, and we, the ratepayers, are having to pay for it. I'm all for helping schools. God knows children need all the help they can get with their NAPLAN schools, but 6K to fix the weather is not going to teach anyone to read or write. My second issue is, why do you think giving ratepayer-funded grants will fix the weather? Why don't you spend the money on fixing the potholes or put it towards any of the projects you say you can't afford? There's been a lot of negativity tonight. You know, the reason for that is people are actually hurting. They're feeling it. You know, there's a lot of negativity tonight because you came to us and said, can we raise the rates? 51% of us said no. There's a lot of negativity tonight because people are already struggling to make ends meet. And you want more and more of our money to spend on grants when council can't budget already. This may shock many of you, but I'm not going to continue to be negative. Really, councillors, I want to thank you, genuinely. Without you reaching for our wallets to spend more of our money on vanity projects you can't afford, staff you have too many of, and what other nonsense you can invent, this group of wonderful people standing up for their community and families would not know each other. So thank you. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to fight back against outrageous spending, weird social programs, and motions about foreign policy. We should be looking after our own backyard. Higher rates mean landlords are going to struggle. Higher rates mean rents for struggling renters. Higher rents for struggling renters. Small grants may seem innocuous, but small costs add up. Go back to roads, rubbish, and reducing rates. We can't keep funding your addiction to other people's money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we've got a speaker on item 12.1, response to a notice of motion, boat and trailer parking in residential and industrial streets. Welcome Ms. Karina Page, former councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. I'm speaking tonight to ask council for the support, or to support the continued commitment to address the growing community's frustration around the long-term parking of boats, caravans and trailers in our residential and industrial streets. We need action and not just paper shuffling. Last November, this council passed a resolution to develop a targeted plan to tackle this issue. And while I acknowledge the report before you tonight, I must say our residents need more than words, investigations and hypotheticals. They need action, tangible, visible and timely action. To simply note another report is just not enough. It's not what the community want. We know there are approximately 17,000 registered trailers across the Northern Beaches LGA, which is a staggering figure. Yet our current approach is reactive, limited to scope and slow in impact. We've received fewer complaints this past year, but that should not be mistaken for resolution. Rather, it reflects fatigue. Residents have raised their concerns time and again, only to feel like nothing ever changes, and that breeds distrust. I note that the report suggests 4 additional rangers are needed to ensure proactive enforcement, an investment of around $400,000 a year. I can't see why monitoring known hotspots would require 4 additional rangers. Let's face it, it is a core council responsibility. Proactive patrols will be far more effective than waiting for complaints to trickle in. I also urge us to explore signage solutions more aggressively. Even when permit systems are constrained by state guidelines, there are still local signage options under the Road Rules 2014 that we can apply creatively, like timed parking of vehicles, vehicle type exclusions in hotspots like Bayview, Manly and Cromer. Let's ask what's possible, not just what's easy. I'd like to ask council how many signs, such as vehicle type exclusions, have been approved and installed in the last 12 months. And I know I can't ask questions from here, but I do hope a councillor will do so on my behalf. Councillors, the report offers a start, but it cannot be the finish. The community is asking for leadership. Let's move from consideration to implementation. Let's back council policies with action and strategies with resources, and council words with outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms Page.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor De Luca.
In relation to both the report and former Councillor Page's questions, could I please receive an answer to her questions as to how many vehicle only parking signs and other signs to address this issue have been erected in the last year.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we can get that information to you.
Okay, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Okay, next item up is on item 13.4, response to notice of motion e-bikes and e-scooters. Mr. Douglas Stewart. If you come up, that'd be lovely.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. Congratulations on the e-bikes and scooters program. I believe this is a good program and has my wholehearted support. However, I was going to talk more on that, but I want to talk on two other topics and I've only got 3 minutes. I recently became aware of Councillor Hunyak's motion expressing support for the Palestinian community and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. No mention of the hostages. I acknowledge the sentiment behind this is a deeply complex international conflict and is not the role of local government to take sides. Council's job is to focus on essential services, local infrastructure, environmental management and the well-being of our community, not foreign policy. By introducing this motion, Council risks dividing our diverse population. Many residents, including Jewish and Israeli Australians, do not support this being debated at the local level. It sends the wrong message and undermines the trust in Council's priorities, especially when we're facing a rate rise. Elected councillors, including those from the Greens, were not chosen to promote international agendas. You were elected to manage local issues, roads, parks, waste, clean air and water, the things that impact daily life here on the Northern Beaches. The Israeli-Palestine conflict is one of the most complicated and emotionally charged in the world. Australia is fortunate to be free from that level of conflict. Vote no on this motion. I'd like to now just quickly move into the rates issue. Is Council aware of this program that was pumped out to the community? There were 4 options given. 51% of the residents chose option 1. We've heard this evening. Option 1 is basically do nothing and suffer the CPI or rate peg adjustment only. Not satisfied with listening to the rate-paying public, the Council chose, not happy with that, going to go for 39% rate increase. Let's see if IPART will give us a go. They came back with 25%. 25% is 5 times the CPI. I'd like to ask the CEO, how many current projects are completed on time? How many are over budget? And are any cost-saving measures in place, especially executive salaries? And what staff reductions are in the play at the moment?
Okay, thank you very much. That's your 3 minutes up. Thank you. Our next topic is on item 14.1, notice of motion tobacco stores and organised crime, from Mitchell Thompson, for staff to read the statement. Thank you.
Mitch Thompson writes, I come before you as a concerned member of the Seaforth community and, more importantly, as someone deeply invested in the well-being of the students at Seaforth Public School, which my 6-year-old daughter attends. Just a short walk from this school, a place meant to nurture young minds and bodies, sits a tobacconist. This proximity raises serious concerns about community health and safety. When children pass by a store that openly sells cigarettes, vapes and tobacco products daily, it subtly but powerfully sends the wrong message that smoking is normal, accessible and even acceptable. Children are incredibly impressionable. Research consistently shows that the closer a tobacco retailer is to a school, the higher the chances are that students will experiment with smoking or vaping. The bright displays, flavoured vapes and marketing tactics used in many tobacconists are not subtle, and they are certainly not accidental. These products are designed to catch young eyes and spark curiosity. Let's not ignore the broader impact this has on the school environment. Teachers and staff work tirelessly to instil healthy habits, while families at home strive to raise children in a safe and positive environment. Having a tobacconist just around the corner from Seaforth Public School undermines those efforts. This isn't about singling out a business, it's about responsible planning and drawing a clear line between commercial freedom and community responsibility. There is simply no good reason for a tobacco retailer to be located within such close proximity of a primary school. I urge Council to seriously consider implementing zoning restrictions that would prevent tobacco retailers from operating within a certain radius of schools, particularly Seaforth Public. This is not just a policy issue, it's a statement of our values as a community. We must put the health and futures of our children above all else. I reference an article in the Australian and New Zealand Journal of Public Health, Volume 37, Issue 6, from December 2013, titled "Density of Tobacco Retail Outlets Near Schools and Smoking Behaviour Among School Students," which concluded, this study suggests there is a positive association between tobacco retail outlet density and cigarette consumption among adolescent smokers in the Australian context. There is value in considering policy measures that restrict the supply of tobacco retail outlets in school neighbourhoods as a means of reducing youth cigarette consumption. I don't think I need to touch on the long-term health implications of cigarette use, not just on the individual, but also the burden it has on the healthcare system. I'm also aware of the involvement of organised crime groups in the operation of these shops, with many also becoming victims of firebombing and other acts of violence committed against them in southwest Sydney. This is something that I do not wish to see prevalent in our community. Thank you for your time and your commitment to protecting our youngest residents.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we have a number of speakers on item 14.2, support for the Northern Beaches Palestinian community in a ceasefire in Gaza. First up, speaking for the topic is Cheryl Nunn. If Cheryl's here.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I've been asked to read this statement on behalf of a colleague from Amnesty International. Her name's Dr.
You might need to go closer to the red light.
Her name's Dr. Carolyn Yarnell. She was a lecturer in international relations and a local Amnesty activist. She was many years at Sydney University as that lecturer in international relations. Her comments are regarding her international relations. The global and local are intrinsically linked. We live in a globalised world. Think about migration and emigration. Think about diseases like COVID and, of course, climate change. What we do affects these things globally, and what happens globally affects us in return. If we sell arms to a group that is committing war crimes, people die. If our young people buy drugs or vapes that arrive here from overseas, people will die. If we buy products from companies using slave labour, this human rights abuse continues, and so on. On the financial side, consider the impact the global financial crisis had on local councils and on companies and individuals in the Northern Beaches. Our local investment policies determined how well we fared back in 2008. Boycotts are a tool we can easily employ locally to ensure we maintain ethical values and set an example. They work because they send an important message to governments and companies about said values. And they work because they remove real, tangible financial support to those perpetrating violence and oppression. With her Amnesty hat on, Carolyn says, I have been an active member of Manly Amnesty International Group for 25 years. No other issue has brought us so many new members and engendered as much horror and despair as what is currently happening in Gaza. It has been called the first live-streamed genocide. Our local MPs are flooded with letters on this issue, imploring them to push for sanctions and embargoes. People have signed petitions, protested, written letters, all seemingly to no avail. A move by Northern Beaches Council would be a positive outcome to communicate to our community on the Northern Beaches. As a mother of two, I have met hundreds of local people since the mass slaughter began in Gaza who say they are deeply depressed, feel hopeless and don't know what to tell their children. Her two sons are deeply affected by it and the seeming indifference of our local leaders. This is not just an issue that affects Palestinians in the community, it affects everyone who has empathy and a sense of justice. We are not asking you to use the G word, although eventually everyone will have to. I'm asking Council to commit to protecting itself by observing July 1, 2024 requirements to review their supply chain and take reasonable steps to ensure products and services they engage do not make the Council liable.
Thank you. On the same topic, we have Ms Sonia Sedmak also speaking for, and I'd just like to make a comment and a reminder to the audience that people have sat and listened to your speakers, and it is only kind that you actually listen to everybody. Otherwise, I will remind you that if you cannot withhold your comments, that I will ask you to leave. I really need you to be respectful of everybody's different opinions in the room. Thank you. Ms Sedmak.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. My name is Sonia Sedmak. I'm born and raised in Manly and I work in the Northern Beaches. I'm speaking here today on behalf of the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine, which was formed in 2016 by Caroline Graham and Colin Thumbadoo, the tireless South African anti-apartheid worker. I joined the committee not long after it was formed and began work on the Gaza Surf Life-Saving Project. Now, my involvement with this committee has its roots in my own parents' lived experiences under Nazi occupation and fascism in the former Yugoslavia and that area around there. And also the support that our family got and other migrant families in our area from the local community has given me a really good sense of how important community support is for new arrivals to be successfully settled in a new country. So my lived experience is what brings me here tonight and to talk on behalf of this Councillor Herniak's motion, which is asking Council to investigate its procurement framework. Now, that procurement framework is not going to cost anything. There's no cost involved in doing this. And what we're asking that Council does, that it looks at the business it's doing with companies and organisations isn't complicit in human rights violations in the occupied Palestinian territories, which include Gaza. So it'll be pretty straightforward. The United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights maintains a database with all that information. Non-government organisations like Who Profits Research Centre has a list of organisations to be aware of, and the Palestinian BDS National Committee the same. So it's a question of just going online and finding all this info. So the Palestinian-led boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign for freedom, justice and equality, which our committee supports, it upholds the simple principle that Palestinians are entitled to the same rights as the rest of humanity. Not a big ask. The BDS campaign in South Africa played a large part in ending the apartheid regime there. But the important thing for the Council here is that in July 24, the International Court of Justice delivered an advisory opinion which confirmed that Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories are illegal under international law. Council is therefore legally obliged to break ties with companies and institutions that are involved in recognising, aiding or assisting Israeli violations of international law, especially war crimes and crimes against humanity. Councils in Sydney and Melbourne have done this in other countries. So I'm just asking Council to adopt and implement an ethical procurement policy, which that's all.
Thank you very much.
Not a big ask.
Okay. On the same topic, we've got Mr Michael Genscher, also a former councillor and speaking against the motion.
Haven't started speaking. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Tonight, you're being asked to consider a motion that is politically driven, factually flawed, and completely outside the remit of this chamber. Item 14.2 is an insult to every ratepayer who expects this council to focus on local matters. Councillors are elected to serve their local communities, not to weigh in on global conflicts. On a night when you should be focused on local matters, you are instead wasting time on an anti-Israel motion. Given the time constraints, I won't delve into the motion's background. Though riddled with falsehoods and misleading assertions, there is no mandate, legal, political, or moral, to bring this motion forward. But if there was some justifiable reason, let me address the 5 clauses proposed. 1 calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. But to whom exactly? The motion fails to mention that Hamas has rejected 3 internationally brokered ceasefire proposals. Israel agreed, Hamas said no. Hamas does not want peace, and ignoring that reality isn't just naive, it's dangerous. 2 proposes writing to the Prime Minister and other MPs. Now, we've seen other councils fall into this same trap, pretending to be international affairs experts. It's not just inappropriate, it's offensive. If you want to write to the government, please do so on your own time, in your own name, and do not hijack the council for your own personal and political agenda. 3 is a BDS-styled boycott, calling on council to boycott companies allegedly complicit in human rights violations. Well, if that's what you want, let's start tonight with looking around the table and handing in what is there. The monitors, the iPads, the laptops, the USBs, and turn off the cybersecurity. This clause isn't principled, it's performative hypocrisy. Clause 4 calls for special support for Palestinian refugees on the northern beaches, despite no data or confirmed local intake by any authority, not the Department of Home Affairs, not Multicultural New South Wales, nor SSI. Why focus solely on Palestinian refugees? There are over 120 global conflicts producing refugees, yet you single out 1. Council should stay in its lane. 5, commend the Surf Life Saving Project and a political activist group. Let's be honest. This isn't, one more line, this isn't about surf safety, peace, or justice. It's about pushing a radical political agenda under the guise of goodwill. It's not unifying, it's not truthful, and it's not what this community expects.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And on the same topic, Caroline Graham.
Yep.
Also speaking against.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Caroline and I'm a retired academic living here. I got involved with the Palestinian cause when I first came to realise that massacres, the burning of villages, dispossession was happening in Palestine from day one. And that was quite contrary to the narrative that all my generation were raised on from books like Exodus. I'm sure the older people amongst us have all read Exodus. Not true. And I was a bit enraged. So I've worked with the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine for nearly 10 years. And I want to thank Councillor Herniak for proposing the motion, because the Greens, of course, are the only party with integrity over this issue. But all... Yep.
Just a point of order, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
On a point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the... Sorry, can I speak, please?
Can I go on?
No.
No, at the moment, just pause. What's
On the
your point of
speakers
order?
list, it actually says that this speaker before us is speaking against the motion.
Yes, I am.
Well, I don't think you are, and I think it's a disingenuous stance to be purporting to be speaking against a notice of motion, and we've just knocked back a gentleman earlier from speaking, and so therefore I think it is inappropriate and that the speaker should sit down.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
against
Councillor
it 'cause I don't
DeLuca.
think it
I will
goes-
be upholding that, and I'm sorry, but yes,
But I
you will
don't
now
think it
sit
goes
down.
far enough. That's why I wanted to speak on it.
No, I'm sorry.
All right.
If you register it speaking against, then you need to speak against. Okay, our next guest speaker is Lily Stewart.
Lily Stewart? Sorry. It says drawer Baran there.
No, I've got on item 14.3, Canberra Public School.
No, it says, they told me that if one speaker can't speak, they're going to bring another one in this case.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
So she just took one spot for against, for four. Let him speak. That's a bit inappropriate. Go ahead, please.
Could you please, as the audience, just be calm while we just work our way through this? Thank you. Appreciate everyone's patience, because we're trying to be patient as well. Thank you.
So the first waiting list speaking for item 14.2 is Sarah Dowse. So Sarah Dowse is the first speaking for could speak. And then the second one speaking for is Christian Stewart. So speaking in support of Sarah Dowse.
Okay, do we have Sarah Dowse in the audience? Sorry, has Sarah Dowse? She's already spoken?
And then the next one was...
She's four. You need one again.
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I note that...
Draw.
Madam Mayor, I note that on the public waiting
draw.
list is Draw Baram, is that correct, the name?
Yeah, that's my name.
Okay.
So therefore, if you're not willing by leave to give him permission to speak,
Yes, that's
I'll
what
move
we're
on.
just working out
Thank
the rest
you.
on the next on the list, but we're looking at the fours instead of the against.
Dror Baran,
Okay,
if you want to do it in proper accent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pleasure to be here. Odd pleasure. The two other council members actually beautifully quoted some of the stuff that I actually wrote down. So I don't feel the need to repeat it. I do feel a need to emphasize the fact that it is a complex issue. So in 1 minute, I'm going to debunk everything that they just said, the other people said. Gaza and West Banks and people in the West Banks, Arabs, used to work in Israel before October 7th, okay? And a lot before that, they used to work in the places that actually Hamas got into and killed about 1,200 Israelis. Some of them I know. Thank you very much. I also served in the army, by the way, so if you want to get a bit more noise, that'll be nice. Amnesty Foundation is deeply rooted in politics and has I don't even want to get to that. It's not a genocide because it's not racially based. Nobody's killing people. Nobody's killing innocent people. You're trying to kill the enemy, and the enemy puts the citizens in front of him. That's what's going on in Gaza. There's clear evidence to that. Someone said, human shields, thank you very much. Someone said here, the IDF targets kids with snipers. That's the most nonsense thing I ever heard. I served in the army. I know what's going on there. First base, guys. First base. I know what's going on there. Complete nonsense. Israel is a democracy. We had elections 3 years ago. There was Bennett was the prime minister. By the way, the fact that you're disturbed doesn't affect me because mood doesn't matter. Facts do. Israel didn't kill Gazans in food delivery places. Hamas did. Oh my God, like so much. Israel is not apartheid. There is a Palestinian government that controls the Palestine. And moreover, there are Arabs living in Israel, Muslims. Some of them serve in the IDF. Okay, insane, really insane. I heard stuff that are
completely insane. You don't even know I live this, I grew up in this. You're completely out of your depth, like completely out of your depth. You don't know what's going on. And with that, I would say, none of what I'm saying and none of what they're saying, it matters whatsoever. Because I came here to Northern Beaches to find a home. I got married here. I bought an apartment in DY with my wife. I buried my son in French's Forest Cemetery, okay? I'm here to make this place my home. I'm not here to support Israel. I'm not here to condemn Palestinians. It's not my job. I'm a teacher. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to have dinner with my wife. I am here to just tell you guys, let it go. Please, let us live. It's a beautiful place. You got here a wonderful thing going on. Okay. Why would you bring this here? Why would you bring this foreign affairs here?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes is up.
I don't need a speech, guys. It's so simple.
Okay, now we're on to our last item that we've got some guest speakers for. Item 14.3, Canberra Public School. Lily Stewart. Well done for lasting this long.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lily Stewart, PNC President at Canberra Public School in Davidson. Back in May, we met with the Department of Education for what was supposed to be an information session about our school's future. But the tone was anything but hopeful. Parents were shut down, questions were dodged, and the message was bleak. We were told we'll lose our assistant principal next year, that our principal will be forced to teach part-time, that we won't have enough students to keep 3 classes, that we should expect just 2 teachers. Parents were left with the feeling that families are pushed out and prospective families deterred from coming. But here's the truth to how we got there. There's been a slow and steady decline in enrolments over the past few years, just like in many other schools across the Forest area. And despite repeated cries for help, the Department of Education never offered real support. No intervention, no promotion, no plan. So here we are today. We ended last year with just over 110 students. About 40 were Year 6 graduates. That's normal. A few went private, which happens every year. But the real hit came with Kindy. Bigger neighbouring schools accepted many of our local families. They were allowed to, but it doesn't support small school like ours. Some families had personal reasons for leaving, which I respect, but it created a ripple effect. People left because they saw others leaving. Fear fed fear. And suddenly being a small school was seen as a weakness. And that's not fair and absolutely not true. Canberra Public School is rebuilding. Quietly in the background, we're working hard to retain families and attract new ones. We're exploring the introduction of a transition class to give little ones a head start socially and help families save on preschool fees. We've partnered with Belrose Retirement Village for a pen pal program. We're developing the Canberra Nook, a space for mums and bubs to enjoy our beautiful library. And we're planning weekly markets to bring the community in. This school is worth fighting for. Public education is not a business. It is a service. No one shuts down a hospital for being underused 1 year. So why a school? Feedback submissions to the Department of Education close this Friday, 20th of June. This is our one shot to be heard. Please make it count. I'm asking for Council's help by standing with us publicly. Even a short statement of support would send a strong message that Canberra Public School matters, that small schools matter, and that our local community is worth investing in. Second, help us spread the word. Encourage submissions before the deadline, this Friday, 20th of June. This isn't just a Canberra issue. It's a Northern Beaches issue, a Sydney Metro issue. What happens here sets a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker on this topic of 14.3 Canberra Public School, Bronwyn Brazano. Bronwyn Brazano. We don't have any other speaker. Okay. Okay, apparently she had to leave. That's fine. Okay, so, councillors, we're about to move into items by exception, and I'd ask you to be mindful of whether it's absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I'll also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go by exception. If you wish to call out a notice of motion, please do so when I go through each item separately now. Okay, so councillors, I'll call out each item one by one and you'll advise me if you'd like to call the item out. I'm aware that there's a few of you who might want to call out one in particular or two in particular, and please don't take it personally. I'm going to try and share it out as much as I can. Okay, item 7.1, the mayoral minute, the King's Birthday honour list. Councillor Causey. Uh, 8.1, Council Discretionary Fund Quarterly Report. Item 9.1, outcome of the public exhibition of the draft Community Strategic Plan. Councillor Beaujard, Delivery Plan, Operational Plan and Resourcing Strategy and the Special Variation Determination. Uh, 9.2, Monthly Investment Report, April 2025. 11.1, Tree Management Policy. Councillor Causey. 11.2, Review of the Bushland and Biodiversity Policy. Councillor Causey. 11.3, the Eco Schools Program. 12.1, the boat and trailer parking. I know that there's a few of you on this.
Madam Mayor, the report's as a result of my notice of motion.
Okay, hopefully we've got some collaboration on amendments, I suspect. 12.2, Community Participation Plan, Councillor Causey. 13.1, Proposed Names for 2 council roads. 13.2, Response to Notice of Motion, Review of Council's Administrative Office, Accommodation and Potential Property Rationalisation, Councillor Hackman. That was your notice of motion. 13.3, Revocation of Vehicular Crossings Policy, Common Vehicular Access to Multiple Property Policy, Vehicular Crossings and Layback Opening Policies, so a whole lot of policies. Okay, 13.4, Response to Notice of Motion on e-bikes and e-scooters. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you.
Notices of motion. Sorry, I'm still at that thing. Councillor De Luca.
Yes, I'll call item 14.1.
Okay. 14.2.
I'll call item 14.2.
14.3. Okay. Now in confidential. 17.1, 34 Stewart Street. Councillor Harvey. 17.2, Warriewood Surf Club renovation. 17.3, land transfer at North Manly. 17.4, Wetherill Street Beach access, exemption from tendering. Okay, I'll ask staff now to put that on the screen. Yep. Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Grattan. All right. All those in favour? Declare that unanimous and carried. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could I please move a procedural motion?
Yes, what's the procedural motion?
In view of those speaking on items and members of the public in the gallery interested in these items, I move that items 9.1, 12.1, 13.4, 14.1, 14.2 be brought forward.
Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Giltman. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Giltman. All those against? Okay. All right. Declare that lost. Thank you.
Can I move a procedural motion as well, Mayor? Considering this first item is probably going to take quite a while, can we have a short 5-minute break before it begins?
That was passed by exception. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay, we're just doing we'll do one item first, which is 7.1. Are you moving as is?
I was just wondering if
I'm moving it because it's my mayoral minute. But
I'm just wondering if you'd accept an addition. Mark Howden, the climate scientist, also received an award, and he was a student of Barrenjoey High School. He grew up on the Northern Beaches, and he's had a major contribution internationally, so it also impacts us on the Northern Beaches, his work, so I think it would be appropriate to recognise him.
I'll make a ruling on that and just say no. It's just the published King's list for the OAMs. Councillor De Luca? Sorry, I can see your light
I
on.
concur with your ruling because there's 28 people that I know who have served the Northern Beaches but don't live here. So if we're going to start with that one, there'll be 28 others.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favour? Declare that carried unanimous. And with that, we'll move into 10-minute recess. It's now 7:48. We'll be back just at 8 o'clock. Grattan. Questions of the staff? Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to check with the finance team that in this draft budget, the Frenchs Forest New Year's fireworks have been retained. Thanks.
Okay, could someone take their light off? Thank you. Okay.
Through you, Mayor, I can confirm they have been. They are included.
Okay, question Councillor Harvey. Okay, too many lights on. Right.
I was going to see if the mover would accept an amendment that's with governance.
Can we get through questions first?
Yep.
Is that okay?
Questions first. Councillor Grattan, is yours a question?
Yes,
Okay.
I've got a few questions. After reviewing the community feedback, I've just got a couple of questions. On the service reviews, 5 service reviews are flagged for 25-26. Can council staff outline which services are being reviewed, the timeline for completion, and whether potential staff savings or structural changes might be expected from those service reviews?
Through you, Madam Mayor. There's 5 service reviews planned for 25-26.
Yeah, yes. If you could speak closer to the microphone. We seem
in
to have
terms of
quiet
those
ones.
service reviews, in Q1, there's 2 proposed, one for events, the other one for tree management. In Q3, 3 are proposed to commence, one for recreational services, which is the aquatic centres, procurement and stores. In terms of the duration of the service reviews, it takes between 3 to 6 months, depending on the complexity of the service review. In terms of savings, yes, it will be a factor that we will look at there in terms of that and structural changes in terms of the design of the service. So it is a consideration.
Thank you. Also on the topic of staffing, is there a regular external benchmarking process to assess management overheads and employee costs against other similar sized councils? And how do we compare, if that's the case, to other large metropolitan councils?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Council does undertake an annual benchmarking exercise. There's approximately 29 metrics that we look at across finance, workforce and operations, and we compare ourselves to similar sized council and also coastal councils in terms of performance of the organisation in terms of employee cost as a percentage of operational expense. We are comparable with other councils and sit at around 40% of that.
And last one, if I may, Mayor, this is about the asset renewals and capital works. Given the need to prioritise asset renewal over discretionary upgrades, can staff please outline how the capital works program has been reprioritised in response to the partial special variation approval?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the IPART decision meant that our application was approved for the first 2 years. So the original application also included funding for major capital expenditure projects. We don't have the funding to deliver those. They would have been delivered in the medium to long term. So the opportunity to reprioritise the program brought with it removal of those projects in the outer years, but then also really looking at the clear instruction that was in the IPART report around the funding was to focus on the renewal and the infrastructure backlog that the council currently has, and we've reprioritised the program to bring forward and close that renewal gap for our infrastructure programs and the maintenance.
Thank you, that's all, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Dillon.
I have a question for staff regarding proposed vegetation limits at Kimbriki. Could the relevant staff member of staff please outline why an annual limit has been proposed and what options are available to people on large lots such as in Duffy's Forest?
Through you, Mayor, the annual limit on vegetation at Kimbrookie being proposed for the next financial year is to ensure the integrity of the domestic waste management charge, make sure that the charge remains reasonable for all residents, and that it's only applied to domestic waste. We're happy to work with owners of land that may be impacted as described, and to see what we can do in relation to the service if this has any unintended consequences.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think I want a little bit of clarification on that, because I know that I've had residents certainly contact me concerned about their large lot properties, and of course with the Kimbrookie fees being part of all of this kind of wealth of what we're working on here, they want a little bit of a surety that because they've got to, obviously going to have larger properties, they've got a lot more fuel loading that they have to take after a storm. It's not hard for them to take 6 trailer loads up. What kind of measuring system is there, and who measures that to say that you're reaching your limit of what you can bring in?
This cap is measured at Kimbrookie, so it's a Kimbrookie managed cap. It is not on total tonnage of waste received. It's in relation to the subsidy. So you can bring as much as you like. It's the subsidy. We are happy to speak to those residents or residents associations to see if there are unintended consequences, and if there can be, if there's circumstances where other arrangements could come about. There are other options, including through the bin system, that they can look at to increase capacity on site.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor De Luca, or yes, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Question?
Yep.
Great.
In relation to the decision of Mr. Phillips to take on lifeguards previously from the Pittwater local government area and employed by ALS, was that and the proposed expenditure both on salaries and infrastructure ever disclosed to the IPART?
Through to the CEO. Councillor Causey, could you just take your light off? I've got you down, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not separately, no.
Would it not have been a requirement for IPART to see and balance the situation that there were not internal cost-cutting measures being undertaken, but actually increased expenditure? And would not it have been more transparent to divulge that information to IPART?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Being a no change to service and no change to price, no, that's not necessary.
In relation to IPART's findings and directions on what the money can actually be spent on, if Council errs and fails to expend those funds on what the IPART has outlined, what are the penalties and what recompense or what procedures can the community follow should Council fail to expend that money appropriately?
Through to the CFO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So for the special variation program, we've got the program laid out in our delivery program. So we'll do that every year of our reporting requirement under the instrument. And then in the annual report, we report back on how we went against that program. So that's something the council's very used to. We've been doing it for the Pittwater special variation program all throughout this council. You're accountable to the Office of Local Government, and if you would ever apply to the IPART for a special variation, you also need to prove that you've been doing what you ought to have done.
Thank you for your answer. In relation to the Manly Surf Lifesaving redevelopment and the Mayor's media release that will not actually go forward, was Manly Surf Lifesaving Club on the list of projects outlined by IPART?
So within our original application to IPART, we were looking for funding that would enable us to provide additional funds to a project like Manly Lifesaving Club.
So it's no longer on the list.
Special variation funding is not.
Thank you. In relation to Ranger uniforms, is it correct that it cost $80,000 for new uniforms and baseball caps? And how many staff received new uniforms and baseball caps?
Through the CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. No, that doesn't sound right at all. I don't have the number in front of me, but $80,000 seems an extremely inflated price.
Thank you. Could you please take that on notice and come back to me then with the correct figure and the numbers of staff that received new uniforms and baseball caps?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm certainly happy to come back to you with a line item on costs, but no, I won't be disclosing in a public forum individual employees or groups of employees uniforms or the like. That's an operational matter.
Thank you. I noted in the Daily Telegraph this week an article headed "State Government to Crack Down on Trivial and Vexatious Complaints about Councillors." The article stated that Council has expended $74,282 on 11 complaints. Can you confirm whether that is correct and update the information as to how much Council has spent in the last financial year?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have that information in front of me. I'm looking at the forward budget is a separate item. We can always look at expenditure in respect to those matters.
Thank you. What is the forthcoming figure in the budget for Code of Conduct investigations?
Through to the CFO.
I'd have to get that budget line item for you, Councillor Dilliker. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm advised by council staff that a number of, quote, huge pot plants have appeared across various council offices. Could I please be advised how much that cost and where that is in either last year or this year's budget?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We can get the line item for plants, yes.
In relation to the CEO's salary and media inquiries, that the CEO was on over 560,000, and I should say General Manager, in accordance with the Minister's directive, was on $560,000. What is the budget for the General Manager this coming financial year's salary and benefits?
Through to the CFO.
The budget for the CEO role for next financial year is $570,000.
Thanks, Ms Foley. In relation to directors, noting that it cannot be disclosed the individual salaries, but what is the actual pool of salary and on costs and benefits for all of the directors, including the, I take it that the COO is classified as a director. Is that correct? So including the COO, please.
That's 2.1 million for that group.
In relation to Council's vehicle fleet and for personal use, what is the actual gross budget item for the coming financial year?
Sorry, Councillor De Luca, can I just confirm you're referring to all passenger vehicles, so the operational vehicles as well? Okay.
Where private use can be undertaken.
Oh, okay, only private use?
Yes, thanks.
So the net cost for those is...
Gross costs would be great.
Gross,
Thank you.
including... Because they're private use vehicles, so there's a fringe benefit tax element to that.
Yep.
It's 4 million gross.
4 million.
Yeah, before contributions from staff.
Thank you. In relation to any meetings, be they in person or online or by telephone, could Council please disclose whether any staff member met with IPART and on what dates, be it by Zoom, in person or telephone, regarding the SRV?
Through you, Chair, there were no meetings or discussions with IPART. They noted to all councils that were making application that they wouldn't be liaising until after their decision and determination.
Since January, could it please be disclosed whether there have been any meetings involving any staff member, be it a in-person meeting, a telephone call or a Zoom meeting with the Minister for Local Government, and if so, on what dates?
Through you, Chair, I'm not aware of any staff member meeting with the Minister for Local Government in that period.
And any telephone calls?
In any communication with the Minister, any staff member.
Thank you. And the same question in relation to the Office of Local Government.
Through you, Chair, yes, there would be numerous occasions of liaising with the Office of Local Government. Staff have contact points, whether for a councillor matter, whether for governance advice, and the circulars they regularly send out to all councils.
When those discussions occur, does Council keep file notes of such discussions?
Through you, Chair, it would obviously be dependent on the matter. If we are just inquiring about a process or a date or something that OLG have published, that would not be the case. If there was looking for advice on a matter, we may take a file note to be able to reference that discussion with OLG at a later point.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, my questions to Councillor Ethan Harnjack. Today we received an email from a constituent alleging that Councillor Harnjack has worked at Glen Street Theatre for 7 years. Have you ever worked at Glen Street Theatre, and if so, for how long and between what dates, please?
Councillor Hernjack.
In line with the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I don't have to answer that question, so I won't be doing that.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, you had questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the CFO. I was wondering if I could get some clarification with some of the reporting back that IPART gave us regarding the savings that Council has demonstrated since amalgamation. So it says in the IPART ruling that we have saved 29.5 million annually since amalgamation, but on page 47 of the ruling, that also alludes to another number that is 12.8 million in annual savings, citing savings through productivity improvement and cost containment initiatives. I was just wondering if those two numbers are to be considered cumulatively to around 4.23 million, or is that 12 million sort of contained within the prior number?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I believe what they're referring to is there's really two stages to the council's work on savings. Those early years of the merge, and that was the initial 29 mil they're referring to, and that's a recurring, ongoing saving for the council. And then since that point in time, so since I think 1920, we've been also working on savings through that period, and that's that second number they're referring to. So that builds on top of that.
So you would say that you can count that as a $42.3 million cumulative saving annually per year since amalgamation?
Yes, over the decade.
Thank you. I was also wondering if you could speak to the $6 million in annual savings that we're planning to be able to cultivate going forward, specifically noting things like the optimisation of council fleet and the like mentioned by Councillor De Luca. I was just wondering, Ms Foley, if you could please speak a little bit to how we intend to optimise those savings and how, if you have a number specifically for how much we plan to optimise the fleet by as well.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So as part of our application to IPART, we included our improvement plan with a target of saving $5 million over the next 3 years and an additional $10 million in once-off capital savings over that period of time. Included within that, the fleet element, our aim was to save $580,000 recurring by the end of that 3-year period.
Thank you. My final question, I'm not sure who it would be to, but through you, Mayor, I'm just wondering when a project such as Manly Surf Life Saving Club would be restarted, considering our current financial position.
CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, that's a matter for the elected council to prioritise based on the competing priorities that you have. So that would be a future decision for you.
But thus far, we have no allocated funds to continue the build of Manly Surf Club.
Okay, Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines. The Manly Lifesaving Club project is continuing. We're progressing towards the submission of a DA. There are some council funds that are not SV funds that are allocated to the project.
I guess my question is to Mr Pfeiffer, if we have $5 million allocated in the budget, $5 million in funds and another $1 million from a state government grant, but the build is expected to be significantly more than that, what is Council's position on continuing the build if there seems that there may not be insufficient funds to finish the build?
Through you, Mayor Hines, Council wouldn't progress to take it to construction tender without the funds.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, and Councillor Causey, did you have a question? Okay.
I just have a couple of questions. I just wonder if staff could disentangle for me the funding for Governor Phillip Park. How much is put aside for the plan of management and how much for bush regen?
Okay, through to Mr Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Hines, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Approximately $104,000 is allocated to bush regeneration at Governor Phillip Park in the 25-26 financial year. Within tonight's budget, there is also a development contributions funded project to implement a future master plan for Governor Phillip Park, and that's approximately $2 million.
Thank you.
Sorry, is there another question?
Yes, and similarly for the Avalon Place Plan and Shared Space, through you, Mayor, could staff also disentangle that one for me too, please?
Thank you, Mayor Hines, and thank you, Councillor. Within the 25-26 draft budget, there is development contributions allocated towards progressing a detailed design and concept design for community engagement for the shared space at Avalon. Construction budget will need to, it relies upon a quantity survey of the detailed design, so I cannot confirm at this point in time whether we've got the funding to proceed.
Any other questions?
Could I just confirm then, I understand looking at the budget papers that the funding is there. It's there on the list of projects that are meant to go ahead. So is the funding actually there for the Avalon shared space, particularly the Avalon shared space?
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. The funding is there to progress detailed design. There is some funding allocated towards construction. Cannot confirm if that is enough funding without a quantity survey.
Right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. In relation to service reviews, has Council or will Council undertake a functional review before undertaking such service reviews? Noting that a functional review will identify duplications and overlaps, and a service review sets service levels.
Through you, Chair, we would consider that our service review framework undertakes both those functions. So the service review includes looking at how that function performs, how it compares or overlaps with any other function within Council as a part of it also.
Thank you. My questions to the General Manager, Mr. Phillips, could you please advise when the organisational plan will finally come to Council and be determined?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, following Council's adoption of the budget, I will then be in a position to establish the resources required. I will provide a memo to councillors with my intended structure. I will seek consultation with you. I will schedule time at a workshop for you to provide any feedback, and then I will make a determination following that time. That is not a matter I'll be bringing to the elected council.
Isn't it under the Local Government Act that councillors must determine that organisational structure within 1 year of the election?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, following amendments to the Local Government Act, which had the effect of removing senior staff other than a General Manager from a position of senior staff, the functions of determining the structure of the organisation now falls to the General Manager and not to the elected council.
Thank you. Noting that you have taken extensive periods of leave during the last year and this year, is it not your responsibility to consult Council as to who will be appointed acting CEO, considering that under the Local Government Act, councillors still have the authority to appoint the CEO? And could you please advise how much expenditure was incurred on each occasion that you went on leave to the person acting in your role?
Through you, Chair. So the leave taken by the CEO is in line with entitlements as directed under the contract. In terms of the appointment of a temporary acting CEO, my apologies, if the CEO is on leave, then that falls to the Mayor.
Is that listed anywhere in the Act that the Mayor has the authority to do that? And if so, could you please cite the clause? And could you also, I revert back to my previous question, disclose the expenditure for those acting up in the position, please?
Through you, Chair, I'll need to come back to you on the clause. In terms of the amount of expenditure, we would also need to look that up, and that would be a matter that would be discussed in confidential when that number was available, as it concerns staff.
Thank you. And in the forthcoming budget, is that actually accounted for? And what is the amount in relation to the CEO's leave as well as acting up opportunity?
So across the board, Council needs to cover the entitlements of all staff to be able to take leave in accordance with their particular contract conditions, and that's rolled up within the staffing expenditure because leave provisions or particular leave on any one year for any one person is not known as a figure to budget.
Thank you. Just back on the organisational structure, can you please advise when that decision was made? You state that council no longer has decision-making rights on the overall organisational structure. Can you please advise when that decision was made, when it was communicated, and what legislation provides for that and the particular section of the legislation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking to General Counsel in terms of when those dates may have been. It would have been upon proclamation of the amendment to the Act. Go on, you take the question. Yeah, so the COO has that information in front of her.
Through you, Chair, the amending Act received assent on 31 May 2024 and it came into play from 1 September 2024.
And that specifically removes council law's authority to determine the overall organisational structure of a council.
Through you, Chair, I'll read to you off the OLG circular. As a result of the amendments, as of 1 September 2024, councils will no longer have the option to determine positions with their organisational structure with senior staff positions and to employ the holders of those positions under the statutory contract approved by the Departmental Chief Executive Officer of the OLG.
And how many senior staff does council currently have, and how many senior staff are budgeted for in this current forthcoming budget?
Through to the CFO.
Thank you. 5 senior staff plus a CEO.
And what is the budget in the upcoming year for those senior staff, please?
That was the 2.1 million.
I thought so. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hackman. Questions? We've still got to get to the mover of the motion.
Yes, sorry, I'll try to be very quickly. So just in regards to the 2.1 million for senior staff, through you, Mayor, I'd like to ask Ms Foley what the savings are on staff budget entirely in this new proposed budget.
Through to the CFO.
Thank you very much. Through the improvement plan,
Yes.
there's just under 200,000 in savings and staff in the 25-26 budget.
Great. My next question is, I'm curious about the state cost shifting to council, and I'm wondering how that has changed over time, the state expenses to council. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Ms Foley.
Thank you very much. For our organisation, probably the 2 biggest costs that we pay to the state government is the Emergency Services Levy, where we fund a portion of the Fire and Rescue Service, the RFS and the SES for the state, and the mechanism in which that is calculated means that the Northern Beaches community pay the highest by a long way of any council in the state, and that's really probably down to the land values that are used in order to calculate that, like a wealth tax. The second would be the waste levy, which is a tax on councils, a levy for the amount of waste going to landfill. That money is to be used for improvements in waste services, and many years ago councils got about 4 times the grant income that they get today in order to deliver waste improvements for our community.
And why are we getting so much less back from the state government from that waste levy being returned to us? Why is it 4 times smaller?
Mr CEO.
Actually, Mr Dickinson, who's the expert in the matter, I'll defer to him.
Mr Dickinson.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the waste levy that the EPA collects goes into effectively the overall waste program for New South Wales. It's then up to councils and other bodies to try and apply for discretionary funding for that. So there's not a one-to-one relationship with the amount of money generated in an area and the money that comes back to it.
Okay. Thank you. And just in regards to the emergency services levy, I just wanted to really understand that and make sure that our residents do as well. Why are we paying the most in the state by $3 million on top of Central Coast? I mean, it seems like we will be quite similar, right? Or Waverley, why wouldn't Waverley be charging more?
So there's three parts to the emergency services levy. So not all councils in the state, and definitely not in Sydney, will have an RFS. So we fund a portion of our RFS on the Northern Beaches. For the SES, it is based on a simpler factor that's applied across the state. But the biggest part for us, which is the biggest component to the emergency services levy, is the fire and rescue component, which is probably about 6 or 7 of the $9 million that we pay. That's calculated based on our share of a 5-year average rolling land value for all of the land in the Northern Beaches compared to all of the land in New South Wales.
Okay. A couple of more questions. So what's the average rate in the electorate? What would the average ratepayer pay in the electorate? And the secondary question is, what impact would that be for the rate peg increase or the 25% increase? How is this going to impact our residents in the different scenarios?
So for our typical ratepayer, residential ratepayer on the Northern Beaches, there's 3 parts to your rate notice. So you'll have your rates, your domestic waste charge and your stormwater charge. The rates component is expected to go up by $168 for the year, based on the 12.1% rate increase recommended in this paper. There's a $13 increase to the waste charge and the stormwater charge does not increase. So overall, the rates notice for our typical rate pay would go up by $181 for the year or $45 for the quarter, which is 9%.
Thank you. Just wanted to double check, because I know that from the proposed SRV submission to what we currently have on the table, what is our investment now in stormwater, bushfire, landslide readiness? Because I know that that's something that the community said was really important to them. They wanted to prioritise those key elements.
So for bushfire management, the special variation will boost the funding by just over $100,000 for next financial year. And we are also putting funds into our Natural Disasters Fund, which is another $650,000 for the year. Our stormwater program, we have more money going into a number of programs, both capital expenditure and maintenance areas. Probably the biggest boost is the capital expenditure area, which will see for next year a $1 million increase in the stormwater renewal program, and that's going to be increased to 2.4 the following year.
That's great. And just what happens if we don't invest in this infrastructure? What if we have the asset maintenance ratio that is still hovering at 96%?
For the community, it will ultimately reduce the services that they experience, and we will see critical failures in our infrastructure if we allow them to deteriorate further.
Okay. I just have one last question. I'm so sorry, but I really wanted to know. This just relates to the CSP, and I'm wondering through you, Mayor, if I could ask Ms. Kerr to the stand.
Well, ask the question and then we'll work on it from there.
My question is just around the CSP, because I know that the 2022 Community Satisfaction Survey said that housing affordability was a critical community concern, and we had a 3.6 out of 10 rating out of that. I just wanted to make sure that in the CSP, since that was one of our lowest scored indicators, And we've got a target delivery of 5,900 new dwellings and 1,800 new affordable dwellings. I just wanted to make sure that that has been operationalised in the delivery program and operational plan, and sort of what line items are dedicated to that to make sure that that is fully delivered.
Ms Kerr?
Through you, Mayor. The operational budget for the Strategic and Place Planning team deals with the delivery of our long-term strategic plans. As Council is aware, we're doing some work to look at an affordable housing levy that would be in response to the low and mid-rise. That is occurring, and that those types of activities continue to be the long-term forward planning program for the strategic area.
Fantastic. No more questions. Thank you.
Councillor De Luca, more questions?
Yes, thank you. I've just gone to the New South Wales Consolidated Acts. I take the General Manager to section 333 of the Local Government Act, headed Redetermination and Review of Structure, which states, and I quote, "The organisation structure may be redetermined under this part from time to time. The Council must review and may redetermine the organisation structure within 12 months after any ordinary council election." I'm advised that it's the Council's responsibility for setting the organisational structure, not the General Manager. The General Manager fills the structure as determined by the Council. So is that correct? And could you please seek advice from the Office of Local Government in relation to that clause?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the OLG has already provided advice in respect of 332 and 333 of the Act. The OLG's advice is that reading council in respect of 333 refers to the General Manager.
Could that advice please be provided to all councillors?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I'm intending to do it as part of the memo that I'll be distributing to councillors.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can now invite the mover to speak, Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor. I move item 9.1. Tonight we can...
Just pause for a second. How are we going to time this, since we seem to be having problems with clocks and...
I'll do 3 minutes honest.
Okay. And yet... Yes. Oh, now we've got you. Point of order.
Councillor Williams just made an adverse comment. On the microphone, please.
I withdraw the comment. I apologise.
I ask that the CEO take record of that and the continued pattern of behaviour by Councillor Williams against me, and that he creates an unsafe work environment.
Okay, noted. Councillor De Luca.
Through you, Chair, just to highlight, our regular clock timer is down, but we are using a manual timer that you'll see, and we will have the bell ring at 30 seconds and then multiple times at 3 minutes.
On a further point of order.
Yes.
You are laughing, Madam Mayor. It's not a laughing matter. You are facilitating bullying and harassment, and I would ask you to stop laughing and gesturing to Councillor Williams, who is also laughing.
Okay.
It is unacceptable.
I apologise that you seem to have misunderstood, but I was more laughing about the clock and the alarm not working. Nothing.
And that's why you were gesturing to Councillor Williams.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
And that's why you were gesturing to Councillor Williams and he was laughing with you?
No, I didn't even hear what Councillor Williams said at all.
I did.
Okay, all right. Councillor Beaujard, have we got the 3 minutes worked out through our CEO and a timer alarm to make a noise?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I move item 9.1. Councillors, tonight we consider the culmination of a significant body of work, the Draft Community Strategic Plan 2040, our 4-year delivery programme, the 25-26 operational plan and budget, and the resourcing strategy. all shaped by comprehensive community consultation and an extensive review of Council's long-term sustainability. The Community Strategic Plan sets out our community's vision, a safe, inclusive and connected Northern Beaches that lives in balance with its extraordinary natural environment. That's our shared North Star, and this plan translates that vision into clear goals, strategies and measurable outcomes. Over 200 submissions were received during exhibition. Residents called for action on transport, housing affordability, improved local centres, better maintenance of open space and stronger protection for the environment. This feedback helped refine the final documents, including more realistic targets and stronger links between Council's strategies and the community's aspirations. Council has also made changes to the draft budget in response to IPART's partial approval of our special variation application. The revised two-year increase, 12.1% in 2025-26 and 11.7% in 2026-27, allows us to maintain services and accelerate critical works without compromising financial sustainability. That funding enables $8 million more for roads, footpaths and stormwater, $5 million for community facilities and open space maintenance, and $3 million to expand tree planting, compliance services, and natural hazard resilience programs. The operational plan proposes $550 million in expenditure, including a $105 million capital works program. More than $60 million is dedicated to renewing existing assets and $44 million for high-priority new infrastructure. Council will also repay $2.4 million in loans and deliver $2 million in operational savings. Importantly, we remain within industry financial benchmarks, including for sustainability, liquidity and asset renewal, a strong position given the financial pressures facing many councils. In closing, I want to thank our staff, our community and my fellow councillors. These are big decisions with long-term consequences, but they are grounded in transparency, good governance and clear community benefit. I commend this motion to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you. As a seconder, would you like to take your turn to speak, Councillor Grattan?
Thank you, Mayor. Without the special variation, Northern Beaches Council simply can't meet the financial sustainability benchmarks. Page 30 of the agenda spells it out. We can't contain expenses within revenue and we can't renew infrastructure fast enough to match how quickly it's wearing out. The New South Wales Auditor-General's latest report to Parliament is blunt. Financial sustainability means covering your costs without cutting services or borrowing to plug deficits. Yet 35 councils now meet just one or none of these three benchmarks. Without this special variation, we'd be next. Let's not pretend that it's just us. The AG report highlights issues that have been flagged repeatedly by our CFO. Revenues aren't keeping up with costs and 47% of metro councils, including us, aren't meeting infrastructure renewal targets. We are all impacted by IPART's constrictive rate mechanism, special rate variation process, high inflation and cost shifting from New South Wales Government. IPART reviewed our case and agreed. They determined council needs $15 million a year just to keep maintaining and renewing existing assets and another $10 million annually to improve services and deliver new infrastructure that meets community needs and wants. So what are we going to do? Ignore the combined advice of our own highly qualified staff, IPART and the Auditor General? We've also heard from the community. Consultation feedback included over 180 submissions on the delivery program and budget. Yes, there was opposition to the rate increase, but many people also called for better roads, less potholes, cleaner open spaces, more maintenance and even expanded services. You can't deliver more with less. If we want better, we have to fund it. Some people say just cut costs, but there's only so much cutting before you start impacting services. I want our council to succeed, to care for our community, to manage our assets responsibly, and to ensure we're not leaving behind a legacy of crumbling infrastructure for future generations. That's not fiscal discipline, that's fiscal negligence. And while the Northern Beaches overall is relatively affluent, we know some people are doing it tough. And that's why we have hardship arrangements and pensioner subsidies in place. And I encourage anyone who needs help to reach out to council. I don't like rate increases either. And as part of Manly Ward, we're subsidising other parts of the LGA by around $30 million. That said, my rates have risen much less than my insurance bill. At least with rates, I see value: roads, stormwater, libraries and parks. In recent months, some of the behaviour in this debate has been disgraceful. Instead of civil dialogue, we've seen slander, intimidation and outright threats against councillors just doing their job. Let's be honest, this isn't democracy, it's thuggery, it's un-Australian. They're not building a movement, they're just throwing a tantrum. It's not persuasive, it's not mature, and it sure as hell doesn't belong in this community.
Councillor Grattan, your time is up. Thank you very much. I have Councillor Williams, Councillor Hearn-Jack and then Councillor Harvey.
It's been a busy 276 days since I was elected to council. Over that period, I've educated myself about the workings of local government, its legal requirements, history and structures. Council administration is akin to a Swiss watch. There are many interdependent mechanisms working together, all overseen and enforced by a legal framework and an independent auditing system created by the New South Wales Parliament. Our remit goes beyond taking care of the basics. We also have a duty to care for our culture, for who we are, the people of the Northern Beaches. Those who have called for us to cut our non-core responsibilities, such as festivals, the arts and events, these items represent a tiny portion of the total budget, and cutting these would not repair our budget or enable us to manage our assets. The intangible human stories I get to see played out at our citizenship ceremonies, the people at our cultural events, on our playing fields, on stage at Glen Street Theatre and on the walls of our art galleries, bind us together and we are richer for them. Keeping the Northern Beaches the best place to live in Australia and looking after our assets is key. The Community Strategic Plan has many insights into the future of the Northern Beaches. Members of our community aged under 45, those who are yet to purchase their own home and or are frequently commuting for work, express an understanding that infrastructure is required to address their needs and concerns regarding housing affordability and the ability to travel efficiently within and beyond the Northern Beaches. They are conscious that improved infrastructure is necessary to sustainably improve their overall quality of life now and into the future. Meanwhile, many young people, those aged under 25, find they cannot afford to move out of home and must stay in a state of semi-independence for much longer than previous generations. Increasingly, this group doesn't see a future for themselves on the Northern Beaches. These tensions are anticipated to accelerate with an increasingly ageing population who report they have less to benefit directly from housing options that are more affordable. This budget goes a long way to repairing the structural deficit that poses a risk to our intergenerational assets. Delivering it is the right thing to do for the future of the Northern Beaches. I ask that you vote for it in full.
Okay, I've got quite a list here.
And Madam Mayor, I give notice that I have an amendment.
Okay, yes, and also I think Councillor Harvey also said earlier she had an amendment. So I'm just going through my list of how many there are here. Councillor Hearn-Jack, I had you up next.
Thanks.
Speaking for, against or
Speaking
aversion of
for.
an amendment. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Since Council elected to apply for a special rate variation, I've continued to raise the following issues: the current high cost of living crisis and inflationary financial environment for residents, high community expectations for council services like roads, pools, waste collections, playgrounds and libraries, the cost shifting from state government to local government, for example, the emergency services levy, which Councillor Hackman just brought up, and of course, Council's past actions to address the financial sustainability issues we face, including making representations to state and federal inquiries into local government financial sustainability. We have also taken part in staff and property rationalisations and multiple service reviews to find possible efficiencies and savings. Unfortunately, Even if council were to cut discretionary services to the bone, including cancelling Christmas, New Year and Ausday events, childcare services, community grants, increase fees for sports field hire, close golf courses, sell off property, shut down environment centres and remove community liaison staff positions, these savings would not be sufficient to meet even half of the $24 million shortfall we have to maintain our current assets, such as our stormwater system, community centres and rock pools, while also ensuring sufficient reserves for natural disasters should they occur. In January, I supported an amendment to apply for option 2 rather than 3. I felt that a 30% increase was a good compromise down from 39.6% that still allowed us to fund critical infrastructure renewal while recognising the difficult financial environment for local ratepayers. It would be hypocritical of me now to vote against a 25% increase that will have a lower impact on our community and fund important works in Frenchs Forest Ward and the wider beaches. Staff should be commended for the Herculean effort it took to get this budget together on such short notice. I really think it's a solid piece of work. For the above reasons, I feel it is in the best interests of the community and the people who elected me to make the tough decisions, including support for this budget, which will deliver much needed infrastructure renewal, future-proof our council from cost of living and natural disasters, and ensure that community expectations for council services are maintained. Failing to pass a budget with this special variation will mean extreme austerity and major cuts to council services that our community have come to expect and love. I want to be clear that for me, I'm voting to pass a budget, not a rate rise. A budget that will make sure residents continue to get their bins picked up, their parks mowed and their libraries kept open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Harvey, you were next.
Can I move my amendment now?
Yes, yes, you can put your amendment up now.
I guess it could be considered an addition.
Depends what it is, I suppose.
Where is it?
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, it looks like it's an addition. So, Councillor Beaujean, do you accept that?
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Causey, I do have you down.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd accept that as part of the substantive motion. Thank you.
I think that's a great ad. Thank you.
All right, may I speak?
Yes. Just let's see if we can get a clock up somewhere. Here we go.
I hate
Thank
this
you.
one. It's right in front of you, stresses
Yep.
you out. All right.
Pretend it's not there.
It is so easy to hate on government, to weakly cry, sack them all, and lean into the age-old adage that public servants are wasteful, lazy, and inefficient. And I completely understand why people berate the government about the cost of living. We're the one part of society that you can touch. You don't get to abuse your landlord, your car insurance, or Woolworths. The rest of capitalist society has no one to answer for, so the government cops it. And that's how you get Doge and people like Elon Musk who think they can waltz into a government and save enormous amounts of money because they are so smart. Heck, I might have been a bit of a Doge bag when I first arrived. I saw how much we spent on surf clubs, maintaining ovals and staff, and I thought, yeah, some of that can probably go. Turns out we're actually pretty on top of it. But don't take my word for it. The Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal confirmed that Council has saved approximately $42.3 million annually since amalgamation. This is because, in truth, our council is a very good organisation made up of very good people. A street sweeper who starts at 5 a.m. every day, a ranger who endures abuse, a scientist who monitors native species, a CEO who's not only lovely, but probably one of the most qualified people in Australia to do this job. Not socking up, look at his CV. They are incredibly hardworking and we are very lucky to have them. But unfortunately, there's nothing special about a special rate variation. Councils across the state are in a similar position due to the faulty rate peg system. Thus, I completely reject the politicisation of this rate rise. No one, including Oliver Cromwell, could doge us a way out of this situation. In fact, IPART found that without our rate rise, and I quote, we would maintain a deficit over the next 10 years, even with cuts to services and the implementation of efficiency improvements. Thus, they have granted us a 25% rate rise, and I will be supporting it. And even with this extra cash, we will be falling behind on our infrastructure backlog. So it's not so easy, is it, Elon? On the other hand, this extra 25% in rates a year, we'll be able to build better roads, more footpaths, bush care, and prepare for natural disasters, and do a million other things that the everyday person never thinks of, but is constantly in contact with and is benefiting from. That being said, the prices of rates being rise, geez, really, give me a break here. A rate rise in a cost of living crisis can be terrifying for some people. That's why our hardship policy is so comprehensive. If you are ill, unemployed, on Centrelink, a veteran, are struggling with domestic violence, or if you simply can't deal with the dramatic change in rates, there are many ways that Council can and will help you. That's why I'm moving this amendment to increase awareness of our hardship policy and its vast eligibility criteria. And finally, 15 seconds, please, Mayor. We will not be shamed or intimidated, particularly by maracas. We stand together in the knowledge that while this is a hard decision,
Harvey,
it is fair, necessary, and it is good governance.
Okay. Next on the list is Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I will speak in favour of the budget. I want to acknowledge that the staff have done an enormous amount of work to respond to the IPART change in their decision to knock back 40%. And I'll be pretty open, I think IPART was correct to do that. No offence to my colleagues or staff. I know that you supported 40% in good faith, but I think personally the cumulative 25% increase over 2 years is a better balancing of, firstly, the cost of living pressures with the inflationary pressure on council services and assets. I think it's also a better representation of the feedback that we received from the community, where 51% wished to go with option 1 and 49% supported a rate rise of any sort in order to maintain current service levels. In that sense, I think 25% better reflects a consensus and compromise position between the varying opinions within the community about whether to reduce services or whether to maintain services and adopt an increase. I think that the ways in which we have changed this budget from what went to exhibition, which I was not willing to support, to now, has addressed a number of my concerns. We have reduced the events budget, which, while I like events, I think they're nice to have. And we've reallocated capital expenditure from a number of, again, nice to have kind of gold-plated capital works projects to what I see as being more fundamental and core to council, an increase by $8 million to our roads, footpaths and stormwater budget, an increase to our tree maintenance and compliances services budget. I think it fourth time's the charm for me. If finally I'm getting more rangers, I think that and that is something that I'm looking forward to, because I think compliance is an area we have historically underinvested in as an organisation. And so I'm so glad we can finally do that. Almost as glad as I am that we'll be having one extra mow each year, which will really, I think, I get so much feedback from community about how frustrating the current mowing schedule is. I know that this increase will be hard for many of you with cost of living. I have a young family. I'm paying a mortgage as the primary wage earner in my household. I know what the cost of living is, and I feel for you. I'm not going to blow smoke and say that this is a budget where having an increase is something that is happy days for you. I'm sorry that we have to increase the rates in order to cover our current service levels and increase our expenditure on things we're seriously falling behind on.
Thank you, Councillor Glanville. Your time's up. All right. Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor, fellow councillors, staff and members of the public. Tonight I speak before you not just as a councillor, but as someone who's been subject to bullying, harassment and threats for simply doing the job I was elected to do. Over the past few weeks, a concerted campaign has been launched with the sole purpose of intimidating and pressuring me. This has included calls for a boycott of my small business, the spreading of inflammatory content designed to shame me, and the delivery of a very clear message: vote our way or we will hurt you. Let me be clear. This is intimidation and I will not stand for it. This is not democracy. This is not a debate. This is a deliberate attempt to manipulate an elected official through economic threats, and that crosses a very dangerous line. I was elected to serve the people of the Northern Beaches, particularly Pittwater, and I take that responsibility seriously. It means listening to the facts, engaging with staff, and hearing from residents. It means making decisions based on what is best for the long-term sustainability of our communities and not bowing to the pressures of faceless anonymous attacks. To those who think bullying will work, well, you've picked the wrong councillor. I will not be swayed by fear. I will not allow my vote to be held hostage by threats to my livelihood or my reputation. This campaign has taken a personal toll, physically, emotionally and financially. But I speak here tonight because that's exactly what those who use intimidation want to prevent. People speaking out and standing tall and saying absolutely no more and leading with integrity. So let me say it firmly and without any hesitation. I'm voting yes for the budget. Why? Because it's a responsible decision. Because our council must remain financially sustainable. Because the alternative is cuts to core services, decaying infrastructure and neglecting our community's assets and future. No campaign of fear or intimidation will change that reality. And finally, I want to address my fellow councillors and the broader community. If we allow this type of bullying to go unchallenged, we're inviting more of it. If we want good people to run for public office, we must protect them from this kind of abuse. This behaviour must end, and it ends now with me speaking and calling it out. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Firstly, I just actually want to concur with all my colleagues that have spoken for the budget. They've been very passionate and amazing speeches, and I feel very proud to sit here with you. Then I'd just like to thank our CFO and staff for the extensive report. I'd also like to thank the staff that facilitated the community engagement for the community strategic plan, the information pop-up sessions, etc., with regards to conversations with the community, actually getting out there and talking to the people that we serve. Public exhibition of the draft strategic community plan, delivery program, operational plan and the resourcing strategy was open for comment for just over 5 weeks. As we read, the promotion included emails reaching over 205,000 people, Facebook posts with 247,000 people in reach, community pop-up and information sessions, engagement with our youth action group, and over 5,000 visits to the online engagement pages. In this latest opportunity for the community to comment on Council's financial planning, the report states there was a 59% increase in submissions from the prior year. Now that sounds pretty great. However, the total number of individuals and groups that made submissions was only 219. Breaking it down, it was 187 for the delivery program, operational plan fees and charges, 26 regarding the strategic plan, and six for the long-term financial plan, asset management policy and workforce management strategy. These documents form the foundation for Council's future operation. In discussions with staff, the engagement response of these documents that are about our future is only slightly higher than past engagement numbers. In other words, only a slight increase in those motivated to put pen to paper. At the January Extraordinary Council meeting, I stated I had an understanding of the IPART process and I trusted its integrity, as has now been shown with their recommendation. As mentioned already by my colleagues, this increase will give council financial sustainability and the opportunity to enhance road maintenance and asset renewal. To bring it down to grassroots, of the 187 submissions mentioned previously to the delivery program, 28 were from members of the Narrabeen Lake Sailing Club, or as mentioned in the report, the Jamison Park Sailing Club, all writing strongly in support for bringing forward works to replace their clubhouse that was destroyed by fire in 2021. Their Commodore, Mr Kabul, and committee member Mr Looms addressed us tonight on the impact to the 120-year-old club over the last 3 years. As the Narrabeen Ward Councillor, it is pleasing to see that a change in the works program is recommended in the budget in 2025-26 and construction in 26-27. These works proposed to be partially funded by the special rate variation.
Councillor
This alone
Robins,
justifies my decision
your
to support the
time
staff
has ended.
recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 3 more councillors that I've got down here. Councillor De Luca, I have you down after Councillor Causey, and then I've got Councillor Singh. All right, it's just obviously everyone wants to say something. Councillor Causey?
Look, I'd just like to start by thanking Councillor Dillon for speaking out about the nature of much of the opposition to the special rate rise. However, I'd also like to say that despite much of the loud opposition, many locals have approached or emailed me supporting the rate rise to the extent that some have said to me, and some of those who are absolutely aware of Council's operations and financial situation, have said to me, you had no choice but to vote for the application in January. The approved SV will mean the typical, or in other words, median ratepayer will pay an extra $168 per year or $42 per quarter. 30% of ratepayers will be billed the minimum rate, and we already have hardship provisions in place and concessions for pensioners, which have been mentioned multiple times. The council has more than $6 billion worth of assets, many of which can't be sold off, for example, roads, and must be maintained. More than 1,100 of those in Pittwater are in either poor or very poor condition, meaning they're on the point of failure and do fail from time to time. We don't charge for the use of roads, footpaths, beaches, wharves or libraries, yet the council must spend money on their maintenance. The extra funding will enable the council to renew infrastructure that is important to us all. It will allow us to spend an extra $8 million on roads, footpaths, paths and stormwater infrastructure. We will also have $930,000 available for rock pool renewal, 23k of that from the special variation, with $2.4 million available for the following year. Design work for Palm Beach, Avalon and Bulgola pools will be carried out in 25-26 and construction commence on Avalon and Mona Vale pools. Palm Beach will also benefit from funding put aside for the design of the Governor Phillip Park Master Plan and bush regeneration. The Avalon Place Plan and completion of the shared space will finally go ahead once the Sydney Waterworks are completed. Funding to complete the Mona Vale Place Plan will be available, and Mona Vale Cemetery will also benefit from a $470,000 allocation dollar allocation. Repayment on the loan from its reserve fund will commence once the new computer operating system is completed and in place in 26-27. Look, I've got quite a list here of other benefits for the Pittwater ward. I will write about them elsewhere. But finally, I would like to say that I absolutely value the spending that we place, put it forward for the arts, creative spaces, the Manly Art Gallery and Museum and libraries, which
thank you, Councillor Causey.
which attract not more than 900,000 visits.
Thank you very much,
each year.
Councillor Causey. Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. I wish to move my amendment, which was circulated this afternoon and is up on the screen, but particularly that Council note that it is considered the submission.
So can we have a seconder? You've got two offers there. Which one would you like? Councillor Singh. Okay.
Thank you. One, that Council note that it has considered the submissions received from the community and stakeholders, particularly the submissions from the community, that greater cost containment in expenditure on projects, assets, services and employees, as well as improved performance, is needed. Two, in view of the current cost of living crisis, defer indefinitely consideration of the IPART's determination to allow an up to 25.2% special rate variation and adopt the rate capped 3.8% increase. And then 3 and subsequent clauses are comprehensively outlined and up on the screen. So I will now speak to the amendment. I would like to thank members of the public who have been brave and courageous in coming to these council meetings. They have been subjected to vicious and unfounded allegations by certain councillors and nothing but abuse. And that is well televised on news channels across the country and in print and media articles. Those councillors who now seek to become victims when they were indeed the attackers should be ashamed of themselves, because these community members have come in good faith in a democratic society and have done nothing more than expressed their concerns about an administration which they believe, and I too, is clearly out of touch and arrogant to the needs and interests of our community. We have heard tonight a lot of apologies that, oh yes, it's okay to have so many staff, so many projects, and that by cutting internally will not meet the asset demands of the future. Well, we didn't have a problem until, mysteriously, there was a re-evaluation of assets recently. And you know how that re-evaluation was done? By a desktop review. Was that re-evaluation ever tested by independent peer review? No. Have questions been asked in the Parliament about the integrity of the reports provided? Yes. This, I think, is, unfortunately, one of the worst situations that I have seen a council ever commit. We see, as I said, a CEO on over $570,000 a year. But oh wait, we're benchmarking that against other councils. Aren't we wonderful? Well, let's start benchmarking it against state and federal government heads, and let's start benchmarking it against actual private companies that have similar sized or similar duties, and the difference is substantial. I have gone to great lengths to outline the waste at this council, and unless this council starts pulling in its belt, there is no choice but for the community to continue to call for the dismissal of this council and an administrator appointed.
Thank you. Okay. Can you turn your light off so your seconder can speak? Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to express my deeply concern about recent decision by IPART to approve a significant rate increase for our community. I agree with the statement Mr. Vince DeLuca had mentioned, as a number of items has been in the amendment need to cut down. 25%, another 2 years, well above the standard of the red peg, means extra financial burden of the over 50 million placed on our residential in next 2 years. Every councillor have spoken every single item except one item. Guess what? Which one is that? Small business. None of them have spoken for the small business. As being a small business operator, cost of living crisis, how can we justify these increases? Many families, pensioners, and small businesses already struggling to pay their bills. The decision will only make it harder for them to stay afloat. Council has forced the small business to close their doors to walk away with empty hands, who have spent fortune money in the businesses. Have you seen the Newport, Monaville, Narrabeen? 46 businesses has been closed down in the last 3 months here, since from Manly till Palm Beach. Yes, we support better maintenance and disaster recovery, but that must come with responsible financial management, not just a higher rate rise. Let me be clear, the ratepayers is not a source of revenue. We must explore better planning and cost of savings and government to support, not to pass the pressure on to very people who work so hard for the community. I will continue to advocate for fair and transparent decision-making to ensure my community voice being heard. I do not support this rate rise. Please, thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hearn-Jack.
Thank you, Mayor. What seems to me is that we have veterans of council yelling at cherry-picked numbers provided with no context to stoke community outrage. After all these years, some councillors seemingly know the cost of everything and the worth of nothing the council does. How is this possible? Recent attacks on the arts and culture facilities operated by the council are a great example. All focus on the cost, none on the benefit to the community, inclusion, tourism, amenity, and what it means to local businesses. Just a lazy fixation on the price. The disdain for council's World Food Market events follows suit. Here is an event that not only brings people in the local community together, but also draws in visitors from outside the area. A one-off event isn't competition in any real definition of the term. To equate council's budget sustainability problems as a direct result of council events is frankly ridiculous. Notable mentions include claims made in the media and encouraged by some councillors that this elected body indulges in over $140,000 in catering costs every year, conveniently leaving out the fact that this includes all of council's public events, opening nights, awards nights, briefings and ordinary meetings, and incorrectly leading the community to believe we're lapping it up at the ratepayers' expense at the tune of thousands of dollars a meeting. Another are the events, with certain councillors arguing that council has no responsibility for them. Let me be clear, events are not a first-class thing. They're a tool to achieve outcomes in areas where the council does have responsibility. Civic engagement, social cohesion, multiculturalism, community inclusion, arts and culture, and more. It's absolutely legitimate to use events to further goals in these areas. I'm not sure how you'd be able to get the community or local businesses to do that for council at their own expense. But if you've got an actual plan rather than a soundbite, I'm sure many of us would love to hear it. Ultimately, what we're seeing, in my opinion, is lazy, inch-deep analysis that is divisive, confuses the community, and is likely to create a furore in the community. It is important to remember that this council would be far more likely to be placed under administration, put on an improvement order, or sacked if we let our assets continue to deteriorate, fail more benchmarks, and allow our financial sustainability issues to get worse year after year. IPART have agreed that there is a need for additional funding. There's your independent review. The low-hanging fruit of the CEO's salary is an easy target for those looking to point out perceived waste. To equate the salary of a bureaucrat with elected officials like the Prime Minister is nonsensical. This is egged on by some councillors who imply it's perhaps ludicrous or extravagant. The fact is, it's the going rate for a large Sydney Council CEO. Is it your plan to pick up a bargain basement CEO that doesn't know their market or their own worth? Not a great argument, another great soundbite though. I would like to request an extension.
Extension denied, but...
I'm moving that as a point of order.
All right.
I would like council...
Does anyone want a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, anyone for it? All those in favour? Yeah. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hearn-Jack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Those against? Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, myself and Councillor Robins. You've won it. Carry on. 1 minute,
wonderful.
starting now.
There is a perceived conflict sometimes between our responsibility to act in the best interests of the community and the desire of the community to have their will upheld. In this case, I don't think there is a conflict. I think the majority of the community know that having great council community services like libraries means they need to be paid for. Our community stay on the Northern Beaches because it's a great place to live and raise a family. They love the beaches, the parks, the libraries, the arts and the events. It's part of why they love living here. They don't want to see services cut arbitrarily in the name of efficiencies. It seems some councillors need to be reminded that council is a service provider, not a business, and that council services don't always need to turn a profit. When the museum is shut down, the theatre shuttered, our aquatic centres closed, the library sold off and the parks paid over, yet we still have a budget sustainability issue and a structural need for an SV, are you really going to be able to tell the community that you acted in their best interests? Art is never a moneymaker. Of course, we could cut funding to libraries and museums to reduce education even further. It seems that we will soon live in a purely business-oriented world where people know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, all right. We're now going to put, if anyone doesn't have anything else to say, we're now going to put Councillor DeLuca's amendment up for voting on. We ready? All those in favour? Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Declare that defeated. Back to the original motion.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll now speak against the substantive motion.
Yes.
While I am impressed with Councillor Hernjack's various and significant knowledge of the arts, particularly through his work at Glen Street Theatre, I would remind Councillor Hernjack that that Glen Street Theatre that you worked at and that you seek to protect has cost the council a $5.4 million loss. The ratepayers voted for what they wanted in the survey, and 51% of them said option 1. There's nothing lazy about analysis, nor is there nothing lazy about submissions made to the IPART. Indeed, some of those submissions were by qualified experts that revealed not only the $5.4 million loss at the Manly Art Gallery, and I should correct, Glen Street Theatre, $3.2 million loss, but I was very impressed with the Manly Chamber of Commerce's submission, as well as the submissions by our community. It certainly wasn't lazy. It's called expert and experience. And sometimes we have to listen to experience. And when you have so many people coming to council meetings week in or month in and month out, proposing various things that could be cut, it shows what the community wants, not what councillors want, what the community wants. And our community has spoken very loud and clear. They don't want what is now in this budget. They want reform, and it is so important. It concerns me greatly, the waste that continues at this council. The levels of management. So we don't just have 111 senior staff on 25.8 million. Under that, we have 175.9 team coordinators and team leaders that cost our ratepayers $25.4 million. Now, if council was so concerned about its financial position, why then would our council now seek to employ lifeguards, which were previously employed by ALS, at a salary and infrastructure cost of 1.4 million. It beggars belief, and I do not accept the reasons given, and I do not accept the submissions that have been made by some councillors that analysis and critical analysis by councillors as well as our community is lazy.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Beaujard as the original mover. Of a right of reply.
I have a further amendment, Madam Mayor.
Sorry?
I have a further amendment.
You haven't foreshadowed an amendment.
I didn't need to foreshadow. I can move an amendment at any time. The right of reply has not been taken.
I had my lights on. I was about to speak, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Beaujard was ready to say something.
I had the call, Councillor.
I've got an amendment.
Madam Mayor, I've been asked to speak. If you could make a ruling.
I'll make a ruling that we'll have a look at Councillor De Luca's next amendment.
Thank you. Item 13. In view of Council's continual failure to respond to the community's requests for, and I quote, cost containment in expenditure on projects, assets, services and employees, as well as improved performance, end quote, that Council seeks the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig MP, to issue a performance improvement order on the Northern Beaches Council's management and appoint a financial controller to address the community's concerns and the numerous complaints to the Minister for Local Government and Office of Local Government regarding poor financial management and maladministration.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Can I get a ruling whether this amendment is lawful given that it contains inaccurate information? Councillor De Luca may disagree with the extent of cost savings, but there have been cost savings, so it's untrue to say that there has been none or that there's been a failure.
I'm just quoting from the report.
If you want a further point of order, I'd also say that this brings council into disrepute.
Overruled. Let's just have this item. Is it just one item, an addition? Okay. And then once that's up, then it's up to the mover and the seconder to see if they want that addition, and then we can vote. So, Councillor De Luca, would you like to continue or?
That's it.
Yep. Oh, okay. It doesn't seem to be up there.
I heard the words, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I wouldn't be happy to accept that. Councillor Grattan? No.
I'll move it then as an amendment.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just sending it again to...
Councillor Singh to second it.
Thank you. In speaking to this amendment, Madam Mayor, I believe that it is important that we respond to our community. A petition submitted by Mr. Stuart Gold to the Parliament has never had so many signatures in such a short period. And that petition calls upon what I have put in as an amendment and also other issues that are critical to the reform of local government. Our community continues to have serious concerns about the management of this council, both by senior staff and councillors. And that was reflected in the submissions to the public exhibition, as well as complaints to the Minister for Local Government, complaints to the Office of Local Government, and issues raised at the Budget Estimates Committee hearing into local government, and questions on notice asked in the Parliament. Something has to be done. It is clear to me, and it is my opinion, as well as many in the community, that this council is not listening to what the community wants. And there is no confidence and trust, as we've heard from speakers tonight, that the $50 million raised by the SRV will even be spent properly. I see the only way forward is having an independent financial controller, which is available at the Minister's discretion, appointed. And until that is done, I don't think our community will have trust in this council, and that concerns me greatly. So this is an effort to restore trust in our community by seeking an independent, properly qualified person to control this council's funds and expenditure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, do you want to add anything to that? No? Okay. We can put this to the vote.
I've got my light on.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hoonjack.
Thank you. I'll speak against this amendment. Since amalgamation, we've performed over 220 service reviews, are continuously cutting services and have saved over $160 million. We've also reduced the number of council full-time equivalent positions by reducing our back of office headcount. Staff expenditure is exactly in line with all other metropolitan Sydney councils at 39%. Comparing full-time equivalent positions with other councils does not recognise the fact that some provide services like cleaning, lifeguards and waste collection in-house, which increases the number of staff on the books but has significant cost savings and efficiencies compared to contracting these services out. Northern Beaches Council is independently audited every year by the New South Wales Audit Office, the ARIC Committee, and more importantly, the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, who independently reviewed the council structure following our application and agreed we have a need for additional funding, a really good hardship policy, and that the community does have the capacity to pay. 6 other New South Wales councils had an SRV application considered by IPART, with one approved at over 69%. It speaks to the strength of our application and the need we have for additional funding that we received a positive determination from IPART while North Sydney's was completely rejected. While the majority of responses received from the community supported option 1 or 2, many of these same submissions identified a need for better services and maintenance of existing assets. As you can imagine, it is not possible to improve service delivery and maintenance while at the same time cutting council funding. I think option 1.8 is a good compromise for staff, councillors and the community, and I thank IPART for considering all of the information they received from us and from the community. This is a sector-wide issue and is not limited to Northern Beaches Council. Since 2016-17, 63 councils have applied to IPART for a special variation to rates. For metropolitan and merged councils, over 50% of them have now gone through the SV process, indicative of the industry-wide problems faced by local governments in New South Wales. This is why Council have made multiple representations to state and federal inquiries into local government financial sustainability, which have unfortunately fallen on deaf ears. This decision is not being made lightly by councillors, and we understand the challenges faced by many in the community. I hope you can understand that we wouldn't support such an increase if we felt it wasn't absolutely necessary and that other avenues hadn't been exhausted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hoonjack. And with that, put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Giltinan, DeLuca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Everybody else declare that lost. Councillor Beaujard, your light is on now as the original mover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all the councillors who've participated in this debate, not just today, but all the way back to the 28th of January. When I started as a councillor, Mr. Phillips phoned me, invited me into council and said 2 things. Number 1, congratulations, councillor. Number 2, financial sustainability. And since that very first meeting, I've been learning, I've been reading, I've been understanding, and I've been looking at council. One of the biggest things I've been doing is listening to the community. I've heard what the people have said to us today. I've heard what the Northern Beaches People's Voice have said. I've heard that 51% of 2% of our residents put their community consultation in for option 1. I've heard lots of people refer to that as 51% of the community. That is just wrong. Right? Most of the community, and I've met hundreds and hundreds of people since that date, are understanding of the rate rise. Some have even asked for option 4, But in the majority, people understand that we need to improve our roads. Listen to the comments we had today about potholes. But there's something really important about having a lovely place to live. I love the Northern Beaches. I brought my family up here. I love the amenity it gives. I love the beaches. I love the surf clubs. I love the rock pools. I've been involved in football. I love all the things about it. But if we don't look after it, what that will do is that will stop people coming here. And if we stop people coming here, that alone will destroy our economy. And if we destroy our economy, the small businesses that Councillor Singh talks about won't have any customers. I too run a business. I want the place to thrive. I want people to come from Sydney and Chatswood and Ku-ring-gai to the Northern Beaches and spend their money in our shops, in our cafes, in our boutiques, to experience our environment. That's really important, and they won't come if it's crappy. If our roads are full of potholes, if our ocean pools don't work, if our beaches are dirty, if our lawns aren't mowed. It's really important. I think Council does a good job. It's proved through independent process after independent process that we need this money, because what has happened is the cost of things have gone up faster than the rate peg. That's all that's happened here. We've gone to IPART, they've done a great submission, we've asked for more money, IPART has come back and said, yes, if you want to keep the Northern Beaches as beautiful as it is, then we need to increase the rates this way. It's a great budget, it's a wonderful CSP, and I commend the motion to the Chamber. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, possibly? You're not voting on the budget? On the CSP? Okay, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Hackman, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Thank you. On to the next one, which is 11.1, Tree Management Policy. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is, or
no,
are you...
I have an amendment.
An amendment? And your seconder is Councillor Hernjack. Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, so first of all, I just want to thank staff for work on this policy, harmonising and bringing together multiple policies from the former 3 council areas. I'm suggesting these amendments. The first one simply because it's I think it's a really important top priority to have trees planted in areas of low or poor canopy coverage. However, areas that have recently lost trees, it's also important that those ones are replaced. So that's the reason for the amendment at point 3. And I did have another amendment that I thought I'd sent to remove, I can't see it here. Is that the whole policy? That's my amendment, isn't it?
It says update the tree management policy to replace the reference to planting at the 3rd dot point. We don't have a 3rd dot point. We don't have any dot points on this. Is that in relation to an attachment possibly?
Yeah, there's another...
Is it the tree management policy that's attachment 3?
This is the amendment, but there was another part to the amendment. This has possibly happened because I lost access to my computer and phone this afternoon. So I'm not quite sure what I've sent you now.
Okay, so
There were...
I suspect that legally it's just not going to make any sense with this at the moment.
Could we just have the original proposal from the staff?
Well, considering
please?
we've been waiting for this for so long, do you want to maybe defer it to next month?
I'd prefer to...
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So anyone
We'll
else
defer it to next
supporting?
month.
Yes? All right. So can we just defer this until next month? Okay, all those in favour? Declare that carried, unanimous. Thank you very much. Councillor Causey, you're the next one, 11.2, review of the bushland and biodiversity policy. You're moving as is, or...?
Yes, moving as is.
Okay, so you want to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Okay, would you like to speak now?
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Councillor Glanville, why don't we share the love around? Okay, Councillor Glanville's going to second it. Right. Go.
Okay, so this updated policy has been largely welcomed by environmentalists and ecologists on the Northern Beaches. So I thank staff for their work on this policy. However, I've called it out because whilst these groups like the policy, have welcomed the policy, and also I note that the environment is actually the top priority of all residents on the Northern Beaches. These groups, the environmental groups, have basically called for actions and funding to implement the policy. Now, I think they'll be pleased with the budget for bush regeneration and tree maintenance that we've voted on tonight. However, they would also like to see Council raising more educational awareness of the importance of protecting our bushland and biodiversity. They suggest this could be done more actively and creatively. Issues remain in the management of invasive species, including weeds. Our bush care volunteers donate time equivalent to 4 years of working hours each year to the Council and our environment. They and our ecologists look forward to a discussion about how we can implement this new policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Who seconded it? That Councillor Glanville. Would you like to add anything to that? Because nothing's been changed.
I'll reserve my right.
Okay, so can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Next one, 11.3, Councillor Hackman. Are you moving as is, or are you adding an addition?
I just have an addition with governance. Thank you.
Okay, seconded by myself. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, just briefly. This has been a really wonderful program that I do think I would love to see ultimately schools be a place where the community can drop off their food waste, to have a community garden program in every school, solar panels in every school. I really think that it's an area where the community can gather. I would prefer that this was funded by the state government, obviously, especially in light of all of their cost shifting to local council. But I think that there's a great opportunity for the wonderful minds in our environmental department to have a rethink about how we can make the most of this program and share learnings from it. So I just would like to move it with this addition, please.
Anybody have any questions? No questions? Okay, all right. As the seconder, I'm not going to say anything. Councillor Causey.
Look, I just want to say it is disappointing that more schools haven't applied for this funding. And I think it's probably a function of the fact of how busy teachers are. I also could see another alternative use for this. I think that we have basically an ageing, I'll call them a workforce, amongst our bush care volunteers, and I would love to see more schools brought into the program that I think has been run at Narrabeen High, where for sport kids can do bush regeneration, and it really suits a lot of kids who aren't keen on the traditional sort of team sports and the sorts of things that schools usually offer. However, I note that staff have said that they are going to reconsider the whole program, and so I imagine there may be a few other options that we put up there as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Can we see the amendment again, sorry?
Yet again, we're researching to see if we can try again to get more people interested, as we do virtually every year. So with that, we're putting that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you. On to the next one, 12.1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that Council 1 note Council's management has made a submission to the New South Wales Office of Local Government's review of the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act 2021 and accompanying regulation, and that submission be made available on Council's website. 2, request the CEO to prepare a submission to seek a review by the New South Wales Government of the current penalties and offences under the Road Rules 2014 and Road Transport Act 2013 to further discourage boats and trailers being parked on residential streets, and such submission be presented to Council within 3 months for consideration.
Okay, seconded by somebody, Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Hang on a second. I've already got some lights on, so is it questions? We're up to questions?
No, it's an amendment, so I'll wait till after questions.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have any questions? Then, okay, up to the mover. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is an important issue that continues to concern our community and indeed communities across the state. I thank former Councillor Karina Page for her input tonight. Former Councillor Page has been active on this issue for many years, and I do believe that we should not be continually paper shuffling, and I do agree that we do need to take substantive action. I thank the Director of Planning for her advice today, particularly concerning that there is opportunity to further amend and make a submission on the Road Rules and Road Transport Act to further discourage boats and trailers being parked on residential streets. Day in, day out, councillors see the problems that this causes. Residents continually complain, and although council says complaints have reduced, they certainly haven't reduced on social media or to certain councillors. I think sometimes there's fatigue in the community, and as Ms. Page stated, when people make complaints and their complaints are either not followed up or not acted upon, sadly, they lose trust and they don't bother complaining again. It's important that Council has a voice on this very serious issue that is also a safety issue. One radio host once said, well, isn't it just tinnies? No, it's not. We've seen large craft obstructing vision, causing accidents. We've seen trailers parked as storage devices obstructing vision and causing accidents. And until this is properly dealt with, we will continue to be a car park, unfortunately, for boats and trailers, and now storage trailers across the council area. So I commend the motion to the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville, you don't have a question. So with Councillor De Luca speaking as the seconder, Councillor Bingham, would you like to say something?
No, I reserve my right.
Okay, all right. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I have an amendment which I believe Councillor Grattan circulated to governance, and I think she'll second.
Well, let's see if it's an addition that maybe the mover and the seconder might incorporate into one.
I'm happy to accept that, but in relation to clause 4, that emphasis be put on clause 2. So I'm happy to accept that.
Excellent. All right, so Councillor Glanville, for adding the addition, would you like to give a bit of background to your thinking,
Sure.
even though we can all read and I think most of us understand very clearly what you both have been thinking about, and it's good to see collaboration. Thank you.
Yes, and yes, thank you, Councillor Page, for this motion, the original motion that got delayed. It is something that I think crosses political lines in terms of its pretty consistent feedback that many of us as councillors get. When I did door knocking during the election, not every street, but certainly some streets, we got very strong feedback about residents in that street feeling that they're a hotspot for inappropriate parking of trailers and boats and caravans. And while I thank the staff for their report, I did feel that there were extra actions that we could take, that we could manage within existing resources to help try and identify these hotspots and to take action. And thank also Councillor Grattan for adding some points as well. These trailers can create safety issues, particularly in areas of high parking demand or where we have dog legs or steep roads. Unfortunately, the Northern Beaches is a little bit of a weird layout in terms of how our roads are structured, and so sometimes an inappropriately parked trailer can really disrupt traffic flow and create safety and visibility problems. And I think for many residents, they're aware that those trailers are legally parked. They don't have a basis to really make a complaint to rangers because the ranger's just going to say the trailer is parked legally. So I think the intention here of identifying hotspots is to really help identify areas where there are safety issues, but also areas where we can implement signage solutions like motor vehicle only parking signage to prioritise residents being able to park their cars in that location rather than long-term boat or trailer storage on the street. So I think these are all pragmatic steps that we can take within existing resources. We'll have a couple of extra rangers on the ground through the budget that we've just approved, so hopefully that will help increase capacity for enforcement in this area and creating a sort of easy way for people to report these sorts of hotspots that they'll become aware of through the newsletter and social media will help people feel that there's a new opportunity to engage with council and inform us about these hotspots areas so we can try and take some greater action.
Thank you. Councillor Grattan?
If we could have the amendment back up on the screen. My number, which is now number 5, we're talking about penalties, but I also wanted to refer to potential permits. So at the moment we can't charge for a permit to enable people to park a trailer. It'd be good to be able to have a carrot as well as a stick. So I wonder, Councillor De Luca, in number 2, whether that submission could include enabling permits as well as penalties and offences, or would that be...
Of course, that is in the original motion, as you would recall, and so I think it's good to pursue that.
Thank you. Then we don't need number 5, governance.
Councillor Page's original motion.
Yep. And just checking with Ms Kerr, if that's all right, Mayor, that permits can be considered under the Roads Transport Act, or is that a different legislative provision?
Through to Ms Kerr.
Through you, Mayor, I think it's the same, but we'll clarify that and make the submission back to Council clear on what legislative provisions it would apply.
Okay, excellent. So there you go. Former Councillor Karina. People are still very passionate about it, and I think I was smiling earlier with you because I was thinking you don't know how many people actually want to do something. So, yeah. Anyway, with that, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, declare that unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. 12.2. Councillor DeLuca, or was it Councillor Causey? Causey, sorry.
Yep.
Yep. Are you moving as is?
No, I have an amendment that...
or an addition?
It's, well, addition, I guess. Yep, addition.
And you have a seconder? Okay, I know, but I'm just kind of trying to preempt. Councillor Harvey, maybe? Just share it around. All right, Councillor Hernjack. All right. We're still waiting?
That's it.
That's it? Okay, so the difference is instead of voting on it just as is, we're going to put it out to public consultation?
Yeah. And can I go ahead? Or do you want questions?
Yes, go ahead.
So the reason for this is, as one resident said to me, this report and proposal is basically about community engagement, and so really we should be giving the community a say on this. I think that there are still issues. I put the original motion up calling for this report because I get so many complaints about problems with DAs and people finding the DAs, getting access to information. And there are issues that continue about residents who don't actually hear about the DAs, that they don't get a letter in their letterbox, and they don't find out when the things come up on the council bulletin. There are issues with accessing the website and finding a DA on the website. And I had a resident today talk to me about one DA that came up where somebody had applied to put a swimming pool in on a beachfront site. It was the first swimming pool in that location. The two neighbours were informed about it, the one across the street, but none of the other people who actually accessed that beachfront knew anything about it. And so it was processed without any of their input. The other issue is modifications. When modifications are put in, people who have actually put in original submissions on a DA often don't find out about the modifications. So I think it would be worthwhile us putting this out to community consultation to hear from the community what their complaints are, formally hear from them, to hear what their complaints are about the way consultation is carried out on DAs. And I note that when this was originally developed, this policy was originally developed, only 7 people actually applied to that. But I would suggest that even if we only get 7 people, but if they happen to be people who are in residents' associations, that feedback will be very worthwhile. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything to say? Councillor DeLuca.
I move the original recommendation as the amendment.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Robins.
I do believe our community is consultationed out. I have concerns with some of the submissions made by the previous councillor because I have asked the Director of Planning previously whether modifications are advised, and I have confirmed that they are, and I have had residents confirm that they were properly notified. I don't think delaying this benefits our community, and Councillor previously speaking stated that 7 people responded before, and that'll probably be the same amount. So I just think it's a waste of time and resources, and to coin a phrase of a former mayor, let's get on with it.
Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I'll speak against the amendment and in favour of Councillor Causey's version. I think that there is more that we could do with this policy to engage with residents, and I find it somewhat ironic that we propose to adopt a community participation plan that doesn't include any actual participation from the community in its formulation or adoption. And I'm simply trying to rectify the issue that the goal in the name of the policy, I think, speaks for itself in terms of why we should allow the community an opportunity to participate in the adoption and formulation of this plan. I have feedback about this policy. I think there's more that we could be doing. There's more things I would like included in it, but I don't think it's helpful for me to put a shopping list of all of the amendments I would like to this policy in this forum. It is much more orderly if it goes to a community consultation process. Councillors can give their feedback. I have lots of ideas. I know Councillor Causey does. The community, even if it's only 7 people, can give their ideas, and those 7 people will probably give really great submissions because they're probably very engaged community members who pay a lot of attention. And maybe one of the things that we need to be thinking about with this plan is how we engage other sorts of residents. And look, I think there's technology I'd like to discuss. I'd like to think about whether we could be strategic and engaging with residents groups and how we notify. I think we've all, as councillors, been burned by situations where for more controversial DAs or planning proposals, we've only notified a very narrow scope of residents, and it's totally blown up because we haven't got that balance right in terms of how many and how wide. I don't think it's helpful for me to kind of get into the weeds of how to fix that in this particular forum, but I think going to community exhibition allows us to seek that community feedback and to have that engagement. So I encourage councillors to vote against this amendment and continue with Councillor Causey's proposed wording.
Sorry, I turned my microphone off because of the laughing. Wasn't at you, Councillor Glanville.
I didn't take it as such. I'm a very funny person, and
chuckle.
I knew you were laughing with me, not at me, Sue.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so you're so right, community participation plan. So if we could see the amendment or wherever we're up to now. Okay. All right, so we're voting now on the amendment. I'm sure we don't want to keep spending more time discussing something that obviously wasn't discussed very much in the past, despite its name. Okay, all those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bourgeard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Declare that lost. So now we're back up to the original motion. I'm sure we don't need any more commentary on a very small thing, so let's put this original motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bourgeard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Those against? Councillor Robins and Councillor Giltnan and Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're up to 13.2. Councillor Hackman, are you moving as is, or do you have something to add?
Oh, there's an addition. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, if we can have that up. All right. Seconded by myself. Yes, yes, I'm aware. Okay, great. Okay. Anything to add, Councillor Hackman?
No, I just wanted to thank the staff for pulling together the report. It's fantastic. And I know that everyone on the council has been trying to make sure that council is saving money, and this is a part of that process. So thank you. I hope you will support it.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? All right, put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried, unanimous. Thank you. Count 13.4. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Yep. Seconded by Councillor Singh, was it?
I think it was Councillor Bingham.
Councillor Bingham. Yes.
Councillor Bingham,
Yes,
but we're
sorry.
taking clause 2H out.
H. Ah, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In speaking to this motion, it must be emphasised that e-bikes and e-scooters, e-skateboards and other manipulated devices continue to cause great harm and damage to many people in our community, particularly the vulnerable and the aged. We have seen numerous reports in local media of the accidents that have occurred. We have seen the Children's Hospital even issue a media release prior to Christmas advising parents that they should not be buying these devices because of how dangerous they are. This motion seeks again to ensure that the government properly regulates. Not enough regulation on speeding of e-bikes on roads and their presence on footpaths and shed paths. Over on roads. We see people flying up, kids flying up Beacon Hill Road and down it and Warringah Road and pulling in front of vehicles and causing near-miss accidents. And there was one reported in the media at the intersection of Griffin Road and Pitt Road, North Kelco. We see continually e-bikes with up to 3 to 4 kids on them. No helmets. And yet police can do very little to stop that. And that will eventually result in fatality. We need more significant fines and penalties for the altering of e-bike systems to prevent the requirement for pedalling or preventing top speed controls. That is paramount because that is what is going on in the community. And local government needs to have adequate compliance and enforcement powers to prohibit e-bikes in certain areas, fine riders and owners for contravention of the law, and impound e-bikes and now e-scooters where contravention of any law is apparent.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. As the seconder, actually, first of all, questions of the staff before we move around too much, noting that Councillor De Luca has just spoken. All right. Okay, so no questions. So that was the mover, the seconder, Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Every day I have at least 2 people comment on e-bikes and e-scooters. The pedestrians are frightened. They're out of control and we need to do more. The state government has not done enough and as always they've left it up to us. I think we should go back to them and insist that they have clearer speed limits and much better regulations. So I'm happy to support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. If it's prudent, I might just request that we have a foreshadowed amendment, which is a staff recommendation if this doesn't succeed.
Okay. Councillor Grattan. Okay, all right. Fierce agreement on that.
I might just speak to that if that's okay.
Yes.
Mayor,
Can I move that? Just move the original as an amendment.
Okay.
So there's now an amendment on the table.
Yes.
The original, this is the staff recommendation.
Councillor Grattan.
I'll happy to second it. So,
okay.
My concern
Are you
is
moving the same amendments?
the original motion.
Right.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of detail in this amendment, but I think more to the point, it's more about the tone, and I think it'd be more prudent for us to work together with the government to help strengthen the settings and the regulatory settings and the level of enforcement of the e-bikes. I mean, there are a lot of issues, but they're also an important way for young people to get around. I'd like to work collaboratively rather than constantly throwing negative letters at the government, and work a bit more collaboratively. So I prefer the staff recommendation in the original report.
Okay, anybody got any questions? Are we ready to put the amendment?
I'll speak against the amendment.
All right. Councillor De Luca.
I believe that the amendment is irresponsible and will result in continued serious injury and perhaps fatality. To dismiss this important substantive motion and put this amendment because of alleged tone is deeply concerning, and indeed, I think, tone deaf to what our community wants. You only have to read what has been placed in the public arena by the submissions to the parliamentary inquiry to see just how anxious and angry our community are. The government failed to listen. And it appears that some at this council are failing to listen to the community. This should not be dealt with as a political matter. It should be dealt with bipartisanly and in the interests of safety for our community. The amendment takes out important suggested amendments to the government, which were suggested some months ago and should have been made as a submission by this council, but those submissions were deferred on a Greens motion. So all these months later, still no action, and here we are today. The tone is professional and the tone is calling for action. The tone is to try and protect people, as I said, from serious injury and serious fatality, well, not just serious, tragic fatalities. How many more people have to be injured and how many people have to die based on a councillor concerned about the tone of emotion? That concerns me. So please, put your political allegiances and your philosophical beliefs aside.
What's your point of order, Councillor Grattan?
Making statements that I'm being political and insulting personal reflections, imputing improper motives to me. I'm not being political at all. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right, noted. Let's move on. Councillor Glanville. Oh, okay, 35 seconds.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
De
Mayor.
Luca.
What I have said are the reasons and my opinion, and it is based on what the community is telling us and what our local media is reporting. We need to be serious on this matter, and I don't think we are being. I've seen this matter continually deferred and ignored, and I hope that this amendment is defeated and the substantive motion, which spells out exactly what is needed, is put.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I'll speak in favour of the amendment. I think the staff report was very detailed in terms of analysing the findings of the report and their suggestions in terms of further actions that sit within Council's remit and the possible role that we could take in engaging with the state government who regulates this area on areas for further reform and progressing in a faster manner some of those matters. In terms of the original, the amended version as put forth by Councillor De Luca, I think all of us in the chamber are in fierce agreement that e-bikes are great, but we need them to be ridden safely. And at the moment, that does leave a lot of there's much to be left to be desired. Where I struggle is with some of the specific suggestions which have been put forward in point 2, for example, prohibiting people under the age of 16. Personally, my opinion is that there may be some riders under that age who can responsibly ride their e-bike and so wouldn't favour a blanket ban on someone because they're 15 if they could, for example, demonstrate responsible behaviour. And so it's those sorts of things where the suggestions made, don't doubt they reflect Councillor De Luca's views and his genuine belief about how to better regulate this area. I think I have a difference of opinion on many of them, and so as such I support the staff recommended wording.
Thank you. If we go to Councillor Beauchard, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I again am also going to speak to the amendment. I was at the Local Roads Congress recently, an event held in New South Wales Parliament House with representatives from Department of Transport and various councils around the country. And those councils all reported the same issues with e-mobility devices, and in fact that became part of the communique. That's not the bit I'm going to refer to in recommending that we stick with the amendment. The reason I'm going to recommend that is the Minister stood up and gave us a talk, and the talk was how best to engage with the ministerial department around roads and transport. And while I believe we're all trying to get to the same outcome, it's the way of getting there which I have a concern about. I've always been a believer that you catch way more flies with honey. I believe if we do things like write to the Premier requesting they urgently progress the recommendations of their report, rather than say that the New South Wales government has failed to appropriately address, I think will give us a faster and better result for our community. So I believe we're all trying to get to the same outcome, but I think the method is wrong, and that's why I recommend this amendment to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beauchard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. That now becomes the substantive motion. Does anyone have anything to add, or can we just put this straight to the vote? Okay, all those in favour. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, in accordance with clause 19.3, I move that if the business, that an extension of 30 minutes should the business not be concluded by 11 o'clock.
Absolutely. Seconded by Councillor Robins. There you go. All right, all those in favour? Unanimous. Declare that carried. Okay, 14 point... Oh, sorry, someone's against. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grattan is against.
Thank you.
Wants to go home earlier.
There have been some changes to this notice of motion based on input from other councillors, and that was sent out, and there's copies before you on your table. So if they could come up on the screen, please. So that council notes continual concern in the community regarding the increase of tobacco shops across the Northern Beaches and associated crime, and these are often near where children frequent. That a New South Wales parliamentary inquiry has been established to inquire into and report on the illegal tobacco trade in New South Wales. C, the notice of motion submitted on 13 May by Ms Jackie Scrooby, member for Pittwater, which states that this House notes that many tobacconists and American lolly shops are selling cheap illicit tobacco and illegal vapes, notes that communities do not want the proliferation of these shops in our suburbs and high streets, and often near schools, urges the government to establish an interagency task force including New South Wales Fair Trading and New South Wales Police, urges the government to amend planning laws to require a development. 2, request council staff prepare a submission to the New South Wales Parliament's inquiry into the illegal tobacco trade and include A, and I thank Ms Kerr for this important paragraph, that the standard instrument local environment plan be amended to introduce tobacco shops as a separately defined land use and allow local councils to introduce locational criteria into their local planning instruments to restrict new applications for tobacco shops from being located in close proximity to sensitive land uses such as schools and recreational areas, similar to legislation restricting the location of brothels and sex shops. B, the issues raised in the notice of motion by the member for Pittwater, and C, any other relevant matters. 3, request the CEO provide a copy of this resolution and the subsequent submission to the Premier, the Honourable Chris Minns, the Minister for Planning, the Minister for Police, the Attorney-General and all respective shadow ministers, leaders of the crossbench and local state MPs.
Excellent. Who's keen on seconding this motion? Candy? Oh, sorry.
Councillor Bingham asked too.
Sorry, Councillor Bingham. All right, questions? Questions of the councillors?
I have a small amendment if Councillor DeLuca would accept it. Just very minor. In point 1A, where you say and associated crime, could we say and alleged associated crime?
While there have been convictions for criminal matters in relation to this matter, I'm happy to include alleged.
Thank you, Councillor.
Excellent. I suspect we're going to be on fierce agreement, and so try not to outdo each other about how much you all agree.
Semantics. So can I speak?
Yes, you can.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is an issue which I think all councillors are fully aware of, and most of us, particularly Councillor Robins and I, who went to the brilliant North Narrabeen Surf Lifesaving Club's presentation on Saturday night, would be well aware that while we were travelling there, 2 people allegedly armed robbed the Coleroy tobacconist shop with knives and have since been arrested. We see alleged criminal acts in DY, despite one, I think, being convicted. And we see a proliferation of these shops across the council area. Particularly interesting is that the most amount of comments on social media have been by the people of Seaforth and Balgala, pointing out that seven tobacconist shops have been opened, and many are open until early morning hours. The member for Manly, James Griffin, has also pointed out that many have opened on Manly Corso and around Manly and in close proximity to schools there. We also had the instance where there was a shop opened at Wheeler Heights, directly across the road from Wheeler Heights Public School, and conveniently very close to the pedestrian crossing, when our staff and rangers, following complaints referred to staff from me and other councillors, took photos of that shop. There were paraphernalia that was clearly in breach of the legislation, and the Department of Health issued numerous fines which were subsequently paid. It does concern me that health officers are now expected to police this very serious issue, particularly when there have been criminal convictions and there have been fire bombings allegedly linked to organised crime figures. It would be nice not to see a firebombing each month, and I acknowledge that we're not Melbourne, where it's happening on a daily basis, and Queensland similarly. However, we need to get on top of this. And so this motion goes to introducing proper legislation and making a comprehensive submission to the parliamentary inquiry based on the advice of both our planning director and Ms Scrooby. And I acknowledge also the work of Mr Griffin, the state member for Manly, on this matter. And I commend this motion to you.
Okay, thank you. And just to explain possibly the reason I'm smiling is because the screen, where is it? The screen was frozen, so the alleged wasn't quite there. So we're not having a great IT day or night tonight with the clock not working and the alarm and everything else. So is alleged there? No, it's still frozen. It will be there. Okay, so what we vote on, it will have the words alleged in there. Oh, it's coming up. Now they can't spell. Okay, lagged. Anyway, we'll get there. Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, these shops are selling illegal products. They're selling them to underage teens or anybody else who asks for them. They're selling them slowly and under the counter, and yet they're still in plain sight. And they are popping up everywhere. Manly is rife with them. And now even suburbs like Seaforth, Balgala and Wheeler Heights and so on are experiencing these stores. The fact that 4 has opened up recently in Seaforth and 1 near a public school is just ludicrous. So reviewing the zoning and the need for DA are 2 simple measures that council can actually act on once it's been legislated, of course. So it's very important that we support the parliamentary inquiry and we get on top of this before it reaches pandemic results. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of the staff? And as you quite rightly said, Councillor De Luca, it's obvious our local MPs have been obviously trying to push people and the public to the inquiry and put in a submission. So for all of those people who feel very strongly about these shops popping up everywhere, feel free to make sure that you put a submission on. You'll find a link in social media. If not, contact council, they'll let you know. If no one else has anything to say, we put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Oh, it's unanimous. Okay, fierce agreement. 14.2. We're finally there. You've done well lasting this long.
Just before we
I
get to
give
questions.
notice that I have an amendment.
Okay, just hold on a moment because first we have a mover and a seconder.
I was hoping
Councillor
to-
Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Causey.
Just before we get to questions, I've got an addition I'd like to move so that councillors can familiarise themselves with it, if that's all right.
Okay, that's item number 5 that's in
Yeah.
heavier
Yeah, and
text.
that's just based on feedback with the community, be it our abhorrence to anti-Semitism, the plight of Palestinians or any other group in our community. Our council obviously deplores, condemns and actively stands against racism and intolerance in all of its forms. And I do have questions for staff when we get to that.
Oh, that was loud. Okay. All right, Councillor Hernjack.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, does this motion require any additional expenditure not already budgeted for?
Through the CEO to
To the CEO, Madam
the
Mayor.
CEO.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Does this motion require a significant impost on council staff or resources?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not to my reading of it, no.
Is the CEO satisfied that this is a legal motion before the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's a lawful motion and therefore I accepted it on the papers.
Thank you. Having consulted with you on the wording, are you satisfied that this motion does not require any reservation from yourself, governance, legal or other divisions of council that have been consulted on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not in any material sense, no.
Thank you. Is it the case that the Local Government Act allows councils to conduct advocacy on behalf of their local communities?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
And just to confirm for this motion, it is correct that no report is required and that no funds will be spent to furnish it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To my reading, that is correct. No report and no additional funds.
Thank you. And the last question, is governance satisfied that it can easily comply with the request in point 3 and that this could already be the case?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff have not turned their mind to compliance with item 3. I do read that the motion does call on council to comply with its existing procurement framework, and that framework, as you would expect, requires council to comply with all Australian law.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor De Luca.
Sorry, I was just going to move my amendment if there's no further questions.
Well, I'll just put the question out if there was any questions. Otherwise, I go back to the mover and the seconder. Yep. Okay. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. In December 2024, Amnesty International concluded that Israel is committing genocide. Under the UN Charter and in alignment with decisions made by the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, Australia has an obligation to prevent genocide such as that which is currently occurring in Gaza. Whilst foreign policy is the responsibility of the federal government, many Northern Beaches residents are horrified by the ongoing military attacks by the Israeli Defence Force on the people and infrastructure of Gaza. They would like us to do whatever is in our power to stop the bloodshed. Since the October 7 Hamas attacks on Israel, where over 1,200 innocent Israeli citizens lost their lives and over 250 were taken hostage, 50,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including 17,000 children and over 110,000 injured. These figures do not include over 11,000 people currently missing and presumed dead. It is possible to hold multiple truths in your mind: that Hamas should be condemned, that Jewish people are suffering, and that the State of Israel is committing genocide against innocent civilians caught in a terrible conflict, most of whom are Palestinian. Since March 2nd, 2025, Israel has completely blocked all supplies and humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. Later that month, Anthony Albanese labelled Israel's blockade of aid into Gaza as an outrage, completely untenable, completely unacceptable and outrageous. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights maintains a database of companies involved in activities violating human rights through illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory. This lists 97 companies that have directly or indirectly enabled, facilitated, and profited from the construction and growth of these settlements. Council can help satisfy residents' calls for action by using this list to check if Council is buying, engaging, or investing with any of the companies considered complicit by the UN in human rights abuses. Those who have witnessed the footage on the news and on social media mourn the tragic and horrific loss of human life in the current conflict and those innocent victims of attacks that target civilians. As a council, we recognise that the constant bombing and the total siege of Gaza is traumatising for Northern Beaches residents who have relatives in the region or have come from war-torn countries. We express our solidarity with these communities. Many global organisations and institutions, including Amnesty International, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Occupied Palestinian Territories, and the UN's Independent International Commission of Inquiry, have documented systemic evidence of war crimes committed by Israel and its army against Palestinians. As a diverse, multicultural and multi-faith community, Northern Beaches Council must deplore and actively stand against all forms of racism, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Thank you.
Okay. As the seconder, Councillor Causey.
Thank you. First of all, I want to express my sympathy for those Israelis still suffering from the impacts of the October 2023 Hamas attacks and the current drone strikes. The hostages, the families of those killed, and the wider Israeli population. This is a terrifying time for many of them. I also feel devastated for those in Syria, Lebanon, and now Iran, who have been bombed by Israel since 2023. The same goes for the people of Ukraine, Russia, and Sudan, who are also suffering from war in their countries. However, the subject of this motion, the Israeli genocide in Gaza, is of another order to that of the current fighting in Ukraine, while the Northern Beaches already has a relationship with members of the Palestinian community in Gaza via our life-saving clubs. Since the Israeli Prime Minister declared war, purportedly to secure the release of 250 hostages, it has conducted a military campaign against the already heavily repressed Palestinian population. In the order of 60,000 people have died, most of them Palestinian. The UN has described the situation as a genocide, with relentless destruction of life in Gaza through attacks by land, air and sea, displacing and massacring the surviving population with impunity. Amnesty International has described Israel's military campaign as wanton destruction, with residential buildings and homes obliterated, land left uninhabited and farms bulldozed. Meanwhile, the Red Cross says 70% of water infrastructure has been destroyed, so infectious diseases such as diarrhoea and hepatitis are rapidly spreading. As Councillor Hernjack has said, aid is being cut off so that close to 500,000 people are on the verge of starvation. And more than 500 health facilities, including hospitals, have been turned into rubble. What has this got to do with the Northern Beaches? As we've said, already we have links with the people of Gaza via the life-saving program, and our government has called for a ceasefire last year, which Israel has now broken. But the bottom line is, many of us believe that we should call out and act against genocide wherever it occurs using whatever tools we possess. Northern Beaches Council can do that by examining the companies from which we buy and ensuring none of them support the Israeli military. In that small way, we can provide support to those trapped in Gaza and comfort to Palestinians, Syrians and Lebanese living locally.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, okay, sorry, I forgot. I've just got a list here of a whole heap of others. All right, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My amendment is that Council 1 acknowledge that there are currently over 10,000 major wars across the world and that Council expresses its sympathy to all victims of these tragic conflicts and hope for peace. 2, note that Local Kind Northern Beaches undertakes excellent work at Brookvale with its migrant settlement services. 3, note that local councils are not the appropriate jurisdiction to debate international matters such as international conflicts and international policy, and that these issues fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Parliament. 4, write to the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Ron Honig, requesting he urgently seek to amend the New South Wales Local Government Code of Meeting Practice to make it abundantly clear and prohibit international matters being able to be placed on a local council's agenda.
Sorry, Mayor. Before
Okay.
we move on, could I just ask Councillor De Luca, I'd be willing to accept points 1 and 2 in the original motion.
Okay, we need a seconder for Councillor De Luca's amendment. Councillor Giltman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Everyone in this chamber has compassion, sympathy and concern for what is going on around the world. Some of us have worked for many years in human rights, and I've worked considerably over the Armenian genocide. However, I've never brought that to council. I've used my own resources to lobby, and I've used my network to try and help the plight of Armenians relocating to Australia. The Armenian community has a significant amount of people on the Northern Beaches. I don't see that in Councillor Hernjack's motion. We, as local representatives, are expected to deal with the matters that matter to our community. The correspondence alone and telephone calls that we have received show that our community don't want us debating in a mere 3 minutes what is before us tonight. If this was a genuine motion, you would be mentioning and noting the over 10,000 wars currently across the world. Will this set a precedent that every week and every month of a council meeting are we going to have the war in a respective country brought up? Are we going to have the situation in the Sudan with Muslims torturing and killing other Muslims? Are we going to have the issue of Christians being slaughtered in parts of the world, and particularly in Egypt, who have also helped resettle in our country? Are we going to debate the brutal murders and torture of Iranians by the Iranian regime? And are we going to put fact on the record about what is actually truly happened and what started the conflict, and what former Councillor Genscher stated in relation to Hamas's behaviour in rejecting ceasefires? It is time for a line to be drawn in the sand and for the Minister to properly regulate and make sure that issues like this will not become a monthly occurrence, and that it is left to the Federal Parliament and those elected to actually undertake proper research and analysis of foreign policy and foreign conflicts.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, can we have the amended version up?
Madam Mayor, could I just have a minor amendment once again to Councillor De Luca's motion? You mentioned there are 10,000 major wars currently. There's only 193 countries.
It's documented under both the Department of Foreign Affairs, There's major wars, 10,000 or more. There's minor wars, 1,000 to 9,099. And there's conflicts, 100 to 999. And skirmishes and clashes, 1 to 99. And this is the very reason why these matters should not be debated at a local government council.
All right, thank you. All right, that was a question. Anyone else have a question? I've got a whole list of you already written down, but who has an actual question? So your light's on. All right, so if we don't have any questions, and we've had Councillor De Luca speaking to this already, Councillor Giltman as the seconder. Do you have anything to add?
Well, I'd just like to say I agree with everything that Councillor Lucas said, but also, as we always say, we're here for the community. Well, I think every one of us has had at least 50 emails, and my particular one, I think there was 46 against and 4 or 5 that were happy to go ahead with it. But the other 44 or more or less said we were raving lunatics as councillors, and what the hell is this doing coming before the local government where it's got no place to be. It's just simply way above our pay rise.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Beaujard, or was that a question before? Because I'm now inviting everyone to
No, so I had a question before, but Councillor De Luca, I think, answered it.
Okay, all right. Councillor Harvey, you were next.
I'd like to speak against this amendment. Whilst I think the question and debate over whether this is an issue of local government is very, very relevant, I would heavily disagree that it isn't. Firstly, I'd like to remind councillors that historically local council has taken action on global issues. During the South African apartheid, councils from all across the globe cut ties with the South African government, including many in England, the US, Canada, and 5 major city councils in Australia. But still, this is not roads, rates, rubbish. Let's be honest, we concern ourselves with things that are not in the remit of council regularly here. Even tonight, e-bikes, illegal tobacco trade, our environmental education programs. I would posit the argument that what is the business of council is what is important to our community, and that's what we seek to address time and time again. And in that way, if there was an extremely strong and localised movement of Iranian people wanting something from council to support them in their efforts to protest a regime, I would be happy to move that. I would be happy to move any local community group that's coming forward with political issues that are meaningful to them. And this brings me to, obviously tonight we've heard that the Northern Beaches community has an exceptional bond with Palestinian people. We've heard from the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine, which has existed for decades. You've also heard from the Gaza life-saving projects. These admirable local groups have cultivated a bond with Palestinian people and advocated for their cause in the same way that others might advocate for a community garden, raising awareness about mental illness, or even opposing a rate rise. Sorry. This brings me to the second measure of what I think makes something relevant to local government. Can we actually do anything about it? No, this motion isn't going to create peace in the Middle East. We know that. And, you know, many people might believe a conflict in the Middle East is not the concern of council. I agree. That's why I want to make sure we're not funding it. Seriously though, the goals of this motion are achievable, create real outcomes, and want to just review our business dealings. Whilst we are not in the business of brokering peace in international conflicts, we are certainly in the business of writing letters, managing our finances, and commending the work of local groups. Also, no other level of government, particularly the UN, can do that for us. So you could also argue that this motion is solely the business of council. Other councils across Australia have done this. There's a growing list. Canterbury Bankstown's even creating a Palestinian information wall to counter misinformation. Despite what others might want you to believe, this is not a hateful motion. How can it be hateful to ensure we don't want to invest in abuses of human rights? This motion is full of love and hope, and it shows the residents of the Northern Beaches that our council recognises our community's bond to Gaza and the significance of this motion globally. There's never a comfortable time to talk about atrocities, but with 35 million extra coming in from ratepayers, why not start now?
Okay. Councillor Glanville, I had you down next, but that might have been just as a... No?
I was planning to speak.
Okay. Councillor,
Thank you.
you're going to speak or not?
Yes.
Okay.
I speak in favour of the original motion as proposed by Councillor Hearn-Jack. Northern Beaches Council is, in the scheme of global politics, a bit player, but we're in a position to join a chorus of voices calling for peaceful and just solutions. We're in a position to ensure that the way that we're spending our money is in an ethical manner. I wanted to read some excerpts from an address given in Easter 2025 by the President of the Uniting Church in Australia, because their views pretty similarly aligned to mine. For more than 7 decades, Palestinians have lived under the weight of occupation. On 7 October 2023, a horrific attack by Hamas militants in Israel claimed over 1,100 lives and saw 250 people taken hostage. Following this terrible violence, Israel unleashed a ferocious retaliation. For 19 long months, the Palestinian people have endured merciless bombardment. Homes, hospitals, places of worship and centres of learning lie in ruins. Nearly 2 million Palestinians have been forcibly displaced. An unavoidable and human-made famine is unfolding in full view of the world. It is believed that 58 Israeli hostages continue to be held in Gaza. An unknown number of Palestinians, believed to be in the thousands, are imprisoned without charge in Israel under so-called administrative detention. We oppose any action or plan to annex the Palestinian territories and the now openly stated intention to reoccupy Gaza and permanently displace the Palestinian population. We cannot turn away while Palestinians face erasure from their homeland, their stories, their identity. We join a growing number of global voices, including the United Nations, who raise grave, credible concerns of the actions of the State of Israel in Gaza may amount to genocide. To leaders of the global community, and I consider that includes leaders across all levels of government, personally, you're standing at a moral crossroads. How much more suffering until you are compelled to act? Our longing remains the same as always: peace, true peace in and between Palestine and Israel. In this we grieve every life lost, Israeli and Palestinians, and reject all violence against civilians. We reject all hatreds, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all that divides or dehumanises. Yet we affirm there can be no peace without justice, and no future built upon the rubble of military power or the forced erasure of a people. To remain silent about the disproportionate suffering and long-standing oppression faced by Palestinians would be to deny the truth of what we see, and can never give us a just peace. Lasting peace can only be found through the dismantling of occupation, self-determination, and the full restoration of dignity and security to every person in the Holy Land. As a community, we hold ties to the rest of the world, and as a community, we're able to voice concerns. I disagree that it was a minority of residents who contacted us. In my view, it was pretty evenly split.
Thank you, Councillor Glanville. Your 3 minutes is up. Councillor Grattan.
I would like to strongly urge all those involved in conflict to seek peaceful resolution, uphold human rights, and prioritise humanitarian needs of innocent citizens and particularly children. I congratulate the North Stay Surf Lifesaving Club on their innovative Gaza lifesaving program and support and provide my sympathies to those families caught in the conflict. I also acknowledge in Councillor De Luca's motion, Local Kind does indeed undertake excellent work at Brookvale with its migrant settlement services, and in fact excellent work in Manly on a number of services that they provide. But I do not support stoking division in our community on complex issues beyond our control or remit, and I do not support the use of council time on matters of foreign policy. I'll be abstaining from the vote.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the amendment that Councillor De Luca has put forward. However, I actually very strongly believe that this motion has no place in local government, and particularly this chamber, and I'll be abstaining from voting too.
Okay, Councillor Hearn-Jack.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just briefly speak against this amendment. I believe, Councillor De Luca, the figure around 10,000 wars may actually be in reference to the number of enemy combatants currently at war. I don't believe that there are currently 10,000 conflicts going on, but I would certainly change my mind if I saw some evidence to the contrary. I also just wanted to bring up the fact, and some councillors would recall, that I moved an ethical investment motion a few months ago that was intended to achieve the same purpose, which is to ensure our procurement framework captures human rights abuses and make sure that we don't conduct or engage with companies who are known to be complicit in such violations. And it's unfortunate that that wasn't supported at the time. We could have had the same outcome with less scrutiny and less outrage. And unfortunately, we didn't get that through, and that's why I felt compelled to put this forward, in addition to my personal feelings about the need to act through whatever sort of position I have. And just to answer the question about why this genocide in particular, for me, the difference between this and the Armenian genocide and the countless other genocides occurring is that this is the only one where the Australian government may be complicit. We allowed the United States to process and share information from the Pine Gap military installation on Australian soil, which has no doubt been used to wage this genocide against the Palestinian people. We have also confirmed in a Senate inquiry that Australia, exports weapons, components and equipment to the IDF. This motion is not costly or about council taking sides in a conflict. It's supporting the position of the Australian government. Our CEO has confirmed it doesn't require additional expenditure, and it also seeks to condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
Thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Firstly, let me acknowledge the deep concern and emotion this issue raises for many in our community. I don't take that lightly. However, I believe it's important to be clear about the role of local government. We already have ethical procurement processes in place, and many of our key procurement panels, particularly in construction and service delivery, are managed or overseen by state government frameworks. Council has long ensured that our operations meet robust standards without the need for change. Second, as a councillor, I take pride in making fact-based decisions. Every other item on tonight's agenda relates to matters that directly affect our community, whether it's infrastructure, policy, planning or finances. On those matters, we receive detailed briefings, reports and evidence. This motion concerns a foreign conflict. Council does not have access to verified intelligence. We are not cleared, we do not get briefings on this matter. And as history tells us, sadly, the first casualty of war is often the truth. Finally, I want to speak to the impact this motion has had locally. We live in an open, free and tolerant community. When I hear that some members of our community, be them Jewish, Muslim or otherwise, feel unsafe or afraid simply because of how this vote may be perceived, I am concerned, deeply concerned. And that's why I'll be abstaining tonight, not out of indifference, but because I believe council best serves our residents when we focus on what we're elected to do, and we do so in a way that fosters inclusion and not division.
Okay. Point of order. Sorry, Councillor Causey, you were the last one to turn your light on. Could you turn it off? I think I'm trying to capture as many.
Thank you.
as
A
possible.
point of order on clarification. Is it not the case that if people stay in the chamber and don't vote, it's a vote against, and that to properly abstain, you have to leave the chamber?
Through you, Chair, if a councillor is present in the chamber, they may note they're abstaining, but it'll be recorded in the minutes as against the motion. If a councillor is outside the chamber, it would be absent.
Thank you. So all councillors need to be aware that if they truly wish to abstain from this motion, they need to leave the chamber.
No,
if they
that's
remain
not
in the
true.
chamber and don't vote, it's a vote against.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, but I think that's why you may find that some councillors now are actually saying into the microphone what they really want to vote, which is abstain, from what I'm hearing. Okay, that was Councillor Beaujard. Councillor Dillon.
I believe this motion has no place in local government and no place in this chamber, which is why I'll be abstaining from voting this evening.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Look, I would like to pick up where Councillor Glanville left off. In actual fact, I've had numerous emails, as well as other communications from residents supporting this motion, including one Syrian member of the community who's written to me. So I'm surprised that other councillors haven't had these same emails. In fact, I've had more emails supporting this motion than I have on most other motions on the agenda tonight. I will just emphasise that, well, I believe we all have a moral obligation when there are genocides being carried out to stand up against them. And unfortunately, the people involved very often do not have any way of reaching a peaceful resolution in these situations. And I come from a family where my father was actually imprisoned for 6 years as the result of, as one of the speakers said tonight, basically a fascist government enacting genocide. So there are many people in our community who have that same experience, for whom this is an appalling issue, and we have the tools at hand on this council to actually take some action. So I would implore people here, other councillors, to actually use those tools and to actually show some gumption and stand up against this genocide.
Mayor, can the amendment be put?
Sorry.
Can the amendment be put now?
You're moving a procedural motion? Yes? We've had at least 2 for and 2 against.
Madam Mayor, I also want to record I will be abstaining.
Okay.
I'd like to abstain as well.
Okay. All right. So we're voting on the amendment. Seconded by? Yes, it's a procedural motion. Councillor Hernjack. All right, now, all those in favour of the amendment? Oh, sorry. Okay, all those in favour of it being put now? All right, so, all right, it's unanimous, carried. Okay, all those for the amendment? Councillor Giltnan, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. All those against the amendment? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Causey. And I gather all the rest. I personally am abstaining as well.
Sorry, I thought we were voting on the amendment?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I'd like to abstain, or is it too late?
Yes. That's okay, because we're going to have to vote again anyway, because it's the amendment. All right. Okay, so yes, the amendment's lost. We're now back to the original.
If there's no one else to speak, I've got my right of reply.
Back up. And so, okay, that's properly registered that those that have abstained and stayed in the chamber have voted against. Thank you.
Yes. The abstain column isn't used very often. Okay, so now we're back to the original motion.
I'd like to speak in favour of this motion.
Yes, Councillor
If there's no
Harvey
questions.
hasn't spoken before. Councillor Hernjack already has. Okay, Councillor Harvey.
I've said most of what I wanted to say, and I assume that we'll get a duplicate of the vote that we just saw, which is very disappointing. The fact that I can invoke how different councils around the world and in Australia acted during the South African apartheid Wouldn't it be amazing if we could look back historically and said that we were a part of a council that did something in this time? This is obviously important to our community. They have come out in great numbers today and they have spoken from their heart. To the argument that it doesn't belong in council, then why is it here? It's here before you. The GM has said that these things can be actioned, they are lawful, and they are cost neutral. If you don't support the merits of a motion, just say so. Saying it doesn't belong here, it is here. And other councils have passed similar things about the same conflict and across the world historically. The truth is, there is something that council can do, and that this is different from other conflicts. In my opinion, this is our generation's Vietnam. This is what my friends and I talk about when we spend time together. Palestine is on many people's minds. When we protested outside earlier, we had 3 young people below the age of 30 come up to us and thank us. Someone invoked bloody homeless people saying that, why aren't we focusing on the homeless? I had a homeless woman come up to me and talk to me about how happy she is that we are doing something about this as a council, even in recognising that she struggles to get her needs met by state government. This is reaching so many people. And like I made the argument before, if it's important to our community, it is the business of council, specifically if there's an actionable motion. I don't think it's going to get up, but I wish it would. I commend Councillor Hernjack for his hard work on bringing this motion before us. And, I welcome all the backlash because, we're proud of what we're standing for today. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to say something now, Councillor Hernjack, because I have to be really honest. I can see the passion, but I absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, was horrified when I saw this notice of motion. I think it's very easy to form an opinion from the other side of the world. I think that as a child of parents who came from war, each from a different side from each other, which is why they came out here, there is an absolute trauma that happens to people who have lived through the division that goes on. No matter what side you are on, there is no... the horrifying part of all of this for me is that you're either voting for or against. I don't want to be voting at all because this is a complex situation. There is no right or wrong. And waving a flag and a letter from the other side of the world to me makes absolutely no difference to what's going to happen, because who wants to make a decision about whether it's the Jewish side or the Palestinian side? I don't want to be in the middle of that because everyone hurts. Everyone's in pain, and the people who normally are the most in pain are the children. There is no winner. And I think there's an old saying that says, no war is right and only the people who are left. It's just, it should never be that. This to me is something I would never want to vote on from the other side of the world. I just find this whole thing abhorrent, I really do. And I really believe that it's, thank goodness, there's an irony in the fact that New South Wales Refugee Week is coming up. We should be supporting everyone who needs help. And I find it very challenging to say, let's pick a side, because that's what I feel like has happened here with this particular notice of motion in the first place. And Councillor De Luca, I absolutely see what you're trying to do and absolutely understand that, but still I think the fact that a local council on the other side of the world is voting on a war that is devastating lives, no matter which side it is, to me is horribly wrong. So I too will be deferring my vote. I'm not giving it to one or the other. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to make something clear. Although many in the community know the extreme differences that Councillor Hines and I have, that probably was the best speech you've ever made in this chamber. I too had a father who was a prisoner of war and who came to this country following World War II to make a new life for himself and his family. My uncle escaped a political regime of torture and murder, again in the 70s, to make good for his family. And like Councillor Hines, our people in our family have worked and not brought their conflict with us. I think the motion, apart from dealing with something where you have to take sides, it also is exceptionally insensitive. The New South Wales Parliament on Monday resumed its inquiry into anti-Semitism. That will look at the bombings that have occurred throughout the state, the violence and racism that have occurred throughout the state and indeed the nation. And as one very, I think, wise older woman said to me today, discussing this shit, end quote, and I don't want to be called vulgar because it's a quote, is ridiculous because it brings conflict to our community, an unnecessary conflict. Do we want to see the bombings of synagogues in our area? Do we want to see so much violence and hatred? And that is what this motion stokes. As I said, we all in this chamber have nothing but sympathy and compassion for what has occurred. But the fact that other countries have similar problems, including Armenia and the genocide there, and that's not recognised, means that this motion is disingenuous. So I will be voting against it, and I will come back with a motion to ensure that motions like this don't come up every month and that the local government code of meeting practice is properly amended. Because unless it's not, we're going to be dealing with this nonsense every month.
Okay. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. To the surprise of some, I wanted to echo what Councillor De Luca said, in that those who remain in the chamber to abstain, that's a vote against. You can dress it up how you like, but if you really don't want to vote on this, you would leave the chamber. Voting against this or abstaining from this motion means a vote against condemning racism, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. It's not a vote of which side to support, but if you want me to give you two sides, I can. You're either pro-genocide or against genocide.
Point of order.
That is terrible.
That is an exceptionally offensive comment.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I'd ask the councillor
yes.
to withdraw and apologise to all councillors in this chamber.
Councillor Hernjack, I know you're passionate, but please withdraw that. You really have no idea how much you've heard.
I'm happy to withdraw that, but recognise that it is considered a genocide, but I'll leave it at that. This is also opposing, by voting against this, supporting a 20-year-old local community group who have worked with the Northern Beaches community and with people in Gaza to bring surf lifesaving to Gaza Beach. And for some councillors to imply that this motion will cause such division as to cause the bombing of synagogues, it's just ridiculous. Anyone with two eyes and a beating heart recognises what is going on in Gaza. This is a motion of advocacy and is an example of the council providing effective civic leadership. International issues are not the primary focus of council, however we can engage in advocacy like this that does not detract from our role as a local authority. Even though modern slavery is an international issue we don't feel on the Northern Beaches, we still have to recognise under state legislation the importance of not supporting human rights abuses. I implore councillors to examine their own conscience as they decide how to vote on this motion. History will not look favourably upon what is happening in Gaza, but as we know, history is written by the victors, which is why there has been such a concerted effort by some to wipe Gaza and its people completely off the map. For me, the connection North Stein has with Gaza is testament to the local relevance of this motion. Zali Steggall worked extensively alongside Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine to secure visas and support so the Saleh family could escape Gaza. They succeeded, but unfortunately many of the Gaza Surf team, including 4 nippers, have been killed in the conflict. Maha, aged 9, wanted to be a robot engineer and just wanted to play, dance, sing, write, draw and swim. Her brother Zahir liked to play football and sports and liked the games, activities and learning from the Nippers program. Tragically, they were both killed with their entire family after an attack from Israel. Local federal MP Sophie Scomps in the recent weeks called for an immediate ceasefire. Passing this motion will give her the backing of council to continue advocating strongly on this issue. Zali Steggall's work with the Northern Beaches Committee for Palestine should also be recognised and commended. This genocide in particular is singled out because we could be complicit. This is not costly, or is it taking sides? This motion seeks to condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, ensure ratepayers' money does not fund human rights abuses, and considering we have just passed a 25% increase in rates, I think that this meeting is the perfect time to put our community at ease that our council is not complicit in this complex issue. Thank you.
Okay. Now can we put this to the vote? All right. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Causey. All those against? Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, and the rest are abstaining. Councillor Williams, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan. Oh, sorry. Just going around the table, and myself. Councillor Robins is back in the room and abstaining. Actually, someone has to undo. Yeah, that's it. Declare that lost. Okay, so now that we've finished that, before we move into confidential, one very public notice is that our lovely director Louise Kerr, this is going to be her last council meeting because she's been snapped up by Lane Cove Council as their new GM. And we wish her the best, and boy, are they going to get some special talent down there. So we're going to miss you, and I'm sure you're going to be on a phone call line to us when we need something. So thank you very much. Our planning has been in very good hands because of you, so thank you. All right, and with that, move a procedural motion that we now go into confidential, moved by Councillor Robins and seconded by Councillor DeLuca. And we'll be moving into confidential, which means we have to clear out the audience. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. It's been a long night. So thank you. We've only had one thing that we did in confidential, which we will show in a moment. And that is on the screen now, and I'm sure we will hear about it first thing tomorrow morning for 34 Stewart Street, Little Manly. Aren't you lucky, councillors? All right.
Sorry, we'll just show the other three that were done by exception.
Okay, and the three that were done by exception. Warriewood Surf Life Saving Club, transfer of land at North Manly, and the Wetherell Street beach access. And that is it. So declare the meeting closed. Thank you one and all at 11:32 p.m. Have a lovely night. Thank you.